in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
What is up, Nerd Herd?
Hey, everybody.
What is up,
draft
fans?
night.
We made it. We made it.
it.
It's the 2023 NFL Draft. We've been waiting for, it feels like months.
Yeah.
It feels like 2 years ago, I was at the Senior Bowl in Mobile.
Yeah, that was February, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, almost 3 months now. Yeah, it's been a long journey. It's been a lot of, for you and I at least, mock draft Mondays, analyzing these prospects, figuring out where we think they're going to go, figure out who's going to take who, and it all culminates, well, at least 31 of those culminate tonight, round one of the NFL Draft. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you are as excited as we are about one of our favorite nights of the year.
And I got to say, the past 12 hours, I've heard, I think, at least 300 different stories about what's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know which ones to believe.
the excitement of, Aaron Rodgers, he gets traded on Monday. We have Lamar Jackson signing his long-term deal earlier today. And we have every one of these rookies flexing up and down odds boards. First it's Will Levis is going to be 2. Now he's going to maybe be 1. Then CJ Stroud's dropping. Now CJ Stroud's 2. Now CJ Stroud's 3. It's one of the most open drafts I've seen in recent memory. And I'm really, really excited to see where these guys start landing, because I think for all of the talk, all of the things that we've heard, we really still have no idea where guys are going to go.
Tim, did you see the news that dropped while we were in the countdown timer room?
What news?
Do you see the current draft odds?
Yes.
Betting odds for CJ Stroud
skyrocketed.
minus 1,600 to go number 2 overall.
Number 2 overall. So suddenly we've been thinking that Stroud was going to drop down the board, and what teams might try to trade up and get him, who's going to get that steal. And maybe Vegas knows something. The Texans, it doesn't sound like, have moved or anything. So maybe CJ Stroud is going to be a Houston Texan in just, not even an hour from now.
It's going to be chaos. And I got to give a quick shout out. I know my buddy Pat is watching, and I was hanging out with him last night, and he has a ticket where if Will Levis is selected number 1 overall tonight, $9,000.
Whoa. So what did he have to put down?
He said he was playing blackjack one night.
Okay,
threw extra cash on it.
I was like, I hope that wasn't like after that Reddit.
No, not like actual any like major amounts of money. So
sure, absolutely.
We're rooting for Pat for Will Levis for number 1. But we got a bunch of people in here already. We got Dan Edwards is joining us.
Hey, Dan.
We got a bunch of familiar faces.
Absolutely.
We got Josh.
Josh is
a regular of the show.
Thanks for the comment on the stripper music. We definitely pumped me up too.
Custom mix that I put together for you guys. We got our very own Jared.
Hey, Jared. Good to
catching the stream. We're going to be talking about the nerd score that Jared and Garrett put together. And I think that actually is a pretty good time to talk about our very first guest.
Yes.
He's sitting backstage and he's waiting for us. He's got a very busy week, so we're very thankful that he was able to squeeze us in. So we have none other but Garrett Price from our very own Dynasty Nerds. Garrett, welcome in. What's up?
What's up, guys?
How are you doing?
How's things going for you?
Oh, it's great.
Couldn't be better, man. It's draft night.
I hear you.
It feels like like I was just saying, it feels like we've been working towards this for, a number of months. And this past 24 hours have also felt like a couple of months in length with the amount of news and rumors and speculation, everything that we've been receiving. And, you got to watch draft day, obviously, in the morning. You got to have your pancakes. It's a must.
Yeah, I watched it this morning. I got it out of the way right around lunchtime. So we're good to go.
Yeah, and then you gotta get your workout in, like Bagels, the strength and conditioning coach.
Yeah. So Garrett, what's your typical draft experience most years? Is this kind of your usual, is getting on streams and talking football, or are you usually sitting back, relaxing, and enjoying the draft?
I do miss the days of just sitting back and enjoying it. Yeah. It is kind of nice to just tune the world out and just sit on your couch and watch the draft. I know Jared and I have gotten together once or twice and watched the draft together. But yeah, past couple of years, I've been doing streams. I did something like what you guys are doing tonight last year. I'll be on the Better Sports Network some tonight, just with, the first couple hours coming on and talking about once a prospect's drafted, some of my thoughts on the pick and the fit with the team and stuff like that. But then after 10 o'clock, I'm off. So I get to enjoy like the second half of tonight. And then the rest of the weekend, we actually do a Nerds leadership staff retreat. So I'll be hanging out with Rich and Jared and Matt and all those guys up at a cabin in New York.
Nice. Awesome. Actually, so when you guys are up in the cabin, there is a mobile app that you guys can be on this weekend, because I do have a bit of a big announcement that we're actually making on this live stream. And that's about Underdog Fantasy, one of our very big sponsors. We've been working with Underdog for a little while now. I love the Underdog app. It's the smoothest, easiest, most convenient way to draft for fantasy football purposes. And just to be able to go on your phone, get a draft in like, a half hour, and then you're done. I've got a ton of my friends at my real job on it, and they love Underdog. And we have a big announcement to share with the community this weekend, and that's in regards to Underdog's biggest tournament, which is Best Ball Mania 4 this year. Now, last year we had Best Ball Mania 3. Did you guys have a couple entries in Best Ball Mania 3 last year?
A couple, yeah.
I didn't. Sadly, this is my first year doing Underdog. Like,
whoa,
I've known about it for years, but I've never actually done it. But now I have like 12 teams that I've already drafted.
Now that he's a company man.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I did 3 last year, but unsurprisingly, as I'm here in a ranch basement, I didn't win the $2 million prize last year. So yeah, I tried, but no luck. But we're gonna go for it again this year, Dan.
I was gonna say last year's prize was what, $2 million, right?
I think so. Yeah,
is that correct for first place? How does $3 million sound for first place? Does this sound better?
Sounds like $1 million better, baby.
Does it sound bigger?
It does, absolutely.
That's because Best Ball Mania 4 this year is the biggest tournament ever that Underdog is running. It's insane. You have $3 million to first place, but that's not it. That's the total end of the season, end of the playoffs prize. You can win $500,000 just by winning the regular season. That's it. Just the first 11, 12 weeks where it is, you take home $500,000. And I got to guess, if your team is taking home the first place prize for the regular season, you probably have a good shot at $3 million also. So
absolutely.
We have $15 million in total prizes on Best Ball Mania 4 this year. And the big news that we're announcing tonight is you can start drafting this weekend. That's right. Best Ball Mania 4 starts on the 29th, which is, let me do my math real quick. That's Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, baby.
So Best Ball Mania 4 dropping this Saturday. It's going to be a great contest, $25 an entry. And like I said, this show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, which is the easiest place to play fantasy football. Now that the NFL draft is here, that means Best Ball Mania 4 is live on Underdog this Saturday, April 29th. And it is the largest fantasy football tournament of all time. $15 million in prizes. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at a share of that $15 million. And first place takes home a cool $3 million. You don't want to miss out on the action. The best part is, because it's best ball format, all you have to do is draft your teams, which you can do from your home, on your phone, on the couch, in a cabin in New York, wherever. Anywhere you are, if you have your phone or a tablet or your computer, you can draft on Best Ball. In Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament and you draft your team, just like a normal fantasy football league. But that's it. There's no trades, no waivers. Your lineup is locked and you don't have to check it once. Honestly, I never check my leagues till probably the last couple of weeks just to see if I won any amount of money. I don't really check it week to week, but that's the best part. You don't have to. We're busy out there grinding the waivers for our redraft leagues. We're out there, picking up the new taxi squad hotness for our dynasty teams. Meanwhile, Best Ball Underdog is making us money in the background. So what are you waiting for? Get signed up on UnderdogFantasy.com, or you can visit the App Store to download the app. Use the promo code NERDS, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That means you put $50 in, you're getting another $50 on top of that. That's 4 entries into Best Ball Mania. One of those 4 could be $3 million. So reminder, promo code NERDS for your shot at $15 million this year. You must be 18 and older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org for help. So what do you guys think? Best Ball Mania 4. Huge, right?
Huge, baby. I can't wait to get a few entries in there. And reminder to anyone that enters, if you deposit up to $10 with that code NERDS, you're going to get a free year subscription to the Dynasty Nerds. So you'll get everything in the Dynasty GM tools. You're going to get the extra podcast every week. You're going to get the film room with all the film for all the prospects. So it is a great package, especially if you did it tonight, tomorrow, then you're going to be all good for next draft season when we start filling up that film room with the 2024 class. And Garrett and the boys are talking the second podcast every single week that you'll get every single week. So definitely, it's a great deal. That's like a $70 value that you're getting just as an add-along to all of your entries into that Best Ball Mania 4. All right.
And I was going to say, Best Ball Mania, this is one of the best times to draft because the rookies aren't like where they're supposed to be with the ADP yet.
Right.
Obviously we'll find out tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, where these rookies land, but Bijan Robinson is going as RB4 in Underdog Fantasy, which you shouldn't be surprised. He's an out-of-this-world talent, but there is probably a lot of value to be had by drafting early and often on the Underdog platform.
Absolutely. Garrett, is there anybody that you'd be aiming for kind of right after the draft, knowing the influx of rookies where that moves people up and down the board when you go into like a best ball league? Is there any strategy that you would aim with that?
I love to give like tips and tricks, but being newer to best ball, I'm gonna leave that to the best ball experts. If it's Dynasty, I got you. This is still new enough for me that I don't want to lead anyone astray just yet.
There you go.
I'll start doling out some free advice, but this year I'm gonna play it safe.
All right. So then the next time you tweet that you're starting up you're getting in one of the underdog ones, then everybody should be joining because you can take advantage of Garrett's money. Yeah.
Free money at that point. Free money.
Exactly.
So Garrett, tonight we have obviously all sorts of players joining new teams. Are there any current players that are on rosters right now that you're a little worried about with this draft process of losing value? Like guys that kind of come to mind, Joe Mixon with the Bengals, Dalvin Cook, any guys that kind of come to mind that you think could take a hit that, if you're owning them, that if you can get a last second trade out, maybe it's a good idea right now.
Yeah, I think running back is always the most obvious position to target with this kind of stuff. You mentioned two of the bigger ones in Dalvin Cook and Joe Mixon. I think both of those guys could easily be on the chopping block. New teams or even the same team, but a new player there. Another one, and this is a guy that I hyped up a ton last season and it worked out. He played great, but I'm also very nervous about the New England Patriots. If Bijan gets out of the top 10, I don't think he will. But if Bijan gets out of the top 10, I could see that happening, which would suck.
Yep.
So that's another one that I'm a little bit worried about. We could even see some things with some of these quarterbacks. You never know with a guy like Mac Jones, same team, Patriots. We could see them, potentially if Richardson or Levis falls, could that be enticing enough for them to go after a guy like that? Kirk Cousins could potentially as well be getting his replacement with it being his last year there. So there's a lot of guys you have to watch out for. The nice part about the wide receiver position is, there's two or three guys on the field. So it's not like running back and quarterback where it's like now there's one starter. I know running back, there's committees and whatnot, but that's definitely the bigger concern is those positions where there's not as many guys on the field. So really watching out for those running backs and quarterbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Justin replying in here. Tyler Algier is another I'm worried about, which I think is absolutely true in this draft. So a little bit of breaking news. I don't know if anybody saw this come through, but we have Adam Schefter. The Eagles and the Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach, per sources. The terms of this settlement are the Eagles traded pick 94 in this draft and a 24 fifth round pick to the Cardinals for pick 66 in this draft. So the tampering settlement is with draft picks, which I don't know if I've ever heard before, but this seems like something that's becoming a bigger thing with, forfeited picks and tampering, and now picks being traded as settlements. Pretty interesting stuff.
Listen, comp picks are hard enough to figure out, but now we're going to
Oh, we lost Dan.
We lost Dan.
It was going to be a good one too. Yeah, no, I think I know what he's going for here. Comp picks definitely are something where you can't figure out exactly how they're rewarded or anything. I'm looking at this and I'm still trying to figure out. The Eagles are trading 94 and a fifth round pick, and they're getting 66. So they're moving up like 30-ish picks this year, but giving up a fifth next year as a settlement. So yeah, I guess it is draft picks are now just straight up currency in the NFL, which is awesome. Getting more and more like fantasy every day.
It is. All right. So we got Sedated Fork here is as a regular on all these shows. He's got a question for you, Garrett. He says, any reaction to the Ravens news today? Lamar coming back and then possibly DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know what's going on with Hopkins, because I've seen Tennessee, I've seen Baltimore, I've seen a couple of places named, but I'll leave it open to you. Like Lamar staying in Baltimore, what's your kind of quick takeaway on that one?
Yeah, real quick. I mean, I'm happy for both sides. This looked like one of those situations where at the end of the day, this was going to be the best scenario for both of these sides of this. I know Lamar being his own agent put a wrinkle in some of this. And so that's something that they kind of had to figure out with all of this. But there wasn't a better landing spot, more than likely, for Lamar. It was going to be tough to get a quarterback in there and still have the Ravens be a Super Bowl, I don't want to say contender, because I don't think they're a legitimate contender, but at least a strong playoff team. I don't think that was happening without Lamar Jackson there.
Right.
So I think in the end, I think it worked out about as good as it could for both sides.
Absolutely. I think as a Mark Andrews owner myself, I'm thrilled to see Lamar Jackson returning to Baltimore, because his stock just plummeted from the moment that he went down. Lamar was down at the end of the year, going from being early in the season like tight end 2, tight end 1, to falling out of the top 10 tight ends. So definitely those weapons around there. But it is interesting adding some of the pieces that are coming in there, with Odell Beckham being there, the talk that they could bring in Hopkins, the talk they might draft a receiver.
Right.
Not really the standard way that we've known Baltimore to go about their play style, which was a lot more, ground and pound.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see this whole thing with Monken and the new offense, to see how this all plays out. So I'm excited for it, honestly.
Absolutely.
All right, Garrett, I know you're a little tight on time tonight, so before we get you out of here, top 5 predictions, NFL draft, top 5. How's it going to shake out? I'll read off the teams for you. You tell me the player, I'll read off the team. So number 1, we got the Panthers.
All right, so I have them taking Bryce Young. I think that's probably the layup.
Yep. All right, second, Texans.
Texans, I have them going with Stroud, and I know I made this earlier in the day, and it looks like it's working out so far. So
I love it when a plan comes together.
That's right.
All right, so then we got 3 with the Arizona Cardinals. Let's assume they stay there. Let's assume they can't find a trade partner and they have to pick a 3.
I did have them staying there. I have them taking Will Anderson if they stay put.
All right. And then 4 would be the next interesting team with the Indianapolis Colts.
I don't know if this is more wishful thinking or if this is what I really think.
Tajay Spears.
Exactly. I ended up having Anthony Richardson there as the quarterback going off the board there. I think it'd just be such a great fit with that offense.
I'm not gonna lie, everything I'm seeing today is kind of leaning in that direction. All right, then the last team in the top 5 is the Seattle Seahawks. They traded for that pick. It's not their own pick, so it's kind of like playing with house money. What direction do you think Seattle takes?
I have him taking Jalen Carter there. I think he's just too good of a talent. I know the off the field issues are a potential problem, but real quick, because I'm literally about to jump off. But the one hot thing in the top 10, New York Jets trade up into the top 10, take Paris Johnson.
Ooh. Awesome. All right, I'll write that down. But Garrett, thank you for hanging out with us
so much, Garrett.
tonight. You
have fun watching the draft, man.
Yeah, and have fun this weekend. We'll talk to you later.
Guys, I'm excited for the show. I'll be watching once I'm off the air.
All right.
Take care, man.
Later, man.
Yeah.
So interesting enough, Garrett was giving his 5 picks there. I just saw the FanDuel odds right now have shifted, where all of the top 6 picks have now gone to minus money. And these are the predicted picks. Bryce Young at 1, CJ Stroud at 2, Will Anderson at 3, Will Levis at 4, and Jalen Carter at 5. So if those are to hold true, Garrett just predicted 4 of the top 5 picks. And I was watching, like, as he hit them one after the other, I was like, he's going to knock them all out here. So that doesn't mean anything yet. We all know that, Vegas is always moving the odds to win money. But the fact is the draft is getting closer and things might be starting to leak. So it's exciting though. This is it's now 7:00. So we are now going to have the momentous moment where Roger Goodell walks out and takes 20 minutes to start the draft. So I hope everybody's excited with the 2023 draft officially looking like it's getting underway. Dan, how about you? What do you think is going to happen in these first few picks tonight?
All right, so I actually released my final mock draft yesterday on Dynasty Nerds. So if we could just grab, there we go. That is you. That's me. This is my final mock draft. So I think it's going to go Young to the Panthers, Levis to the Texans, Stroud to the Colts, Will Anderson, and then Jalen Carter as the top 5 picks.
Okay.
I think I'm so confused about how the Texans deal with Stroud's agent, because he's the same agent as Deshaun Watson. Like, that's such an awkward situation. But it's one of those things where we don't have any inside information because we're not in the room when these people talk. We don't know if there's any bad blood there. So, and also, is that enough to even move you off a quarterback you might potentially want?
Sure.
So obviously, odds have not been shifting in my favor,
right?
With this recent sportsbook update, but
sure. Well, but I mean, odds too, though. Everything in Vegas is they have to move their odds and they have to shift it based on what the betting is. And no time is going to be better to shift odds and to move things around than the moment that the picks are about to come in, because this is the highest point of volume where they're going to be having drafts bets come through. So it's not surprising to me to see that some of these have taken big steps into negative, odds, but I wouldn't be sold that everything that we're seeing here is going to be, the chalk across the board. The last few years, I feel like teams have kind of kept it quiet a lot more than years before that. I felt like maybe 10 years ago, we were coming into the draft kind of going like, yeah, this is like, top 5-ish, top 6-ish. Last few years, it has been kind of up in the air, and it feels like it always shifts around. And there's guys that are taken that I just was not expecting within the top 5 even. So pretty excited to see how this plays out here. So, but yeah, your top 5, I think we both have.
I was going to say, let's take a look at yours. So we got, Young, Levis. So we have kind of the same order. I have the Colts trading up. Sure. This whole time I'm so confused why they didn't trade up earlier in this pre-draft process. Right. Because what's the cost of moving from 4 to 3 with a team that like the Cardinals that are so desperate to move out? I know the trade value charts are one thing, and you got to take them with a grain of salt. But most of the things I've seen is, a 3rd and a 4th, a couple day 3 picks might get it done. I feel like to give yourself the security of being able to choose the 3rd player, like that's kind of a no-brainer.
Right.
But
right.
like Indianapolis is still sitting at 4. So that signals to me that they're either happy with 4 quarterbacks, so they're fine sitting and taking one.
Sure.
Or they are only happy with 2 quarterbacks, and they know they're just like, they're not going to risk their guy not being there at 3.
Yeah, they got to wait until 3 is on the clock and figure out what's going on then.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have Tyree Wilson going in your top 5,
right?
Seahawks, and then I had him going 12th to the Texans.
Okay,
so that's one player we seem to be a little bit off base on, but he also was one of those like late bloomers in the pre-draft process, rising up draft boards as we get closer to tonight.
Yeah, exactly. I think the thing about Tyree Wilson is it's trait based, right? Like Trayvon Walker last year as the number 1 pick overall. When we were entering the draft process, it didn't seem like Trayvon Walker was going to be the top pick. It was like, oh yeah, maybe top 10, maybe top 5. And he moves and keeps moving up until the Jaguars actually take him number 1 overall, right? And a lot of that is traits based. It's what this guy can produce and what he can become. The thing about Tyree Wilson is that insane reach. He has enormous arms. He's quick off the edge. He's built like a guy that you're excited about that can go out there, beat up on your left tackle and get to the quarterback, which is the name of the game right now defensively. You got to get to the quarterback. You got to stop the Mahomes, the Allens, the Herberts. You got to stop these guys from being able to get the ball out and get the ball downfield. So a lot of teams, if they're looking for a defensive player early, I feel like they're trying to target guys that have that kind of build and frame. I was hearing today Will Anderson could be a guy that actually slips because he doesn't have those like giant traits. He's just so solid, but he's not, elite enough. And that's what gets really funny is no one's arguing that Will Anderson is probably going to be an amazing NFL player. But the fact that he's not elite in size, elite in reach, he could fall right down the board because teams at that height at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks are looking for guys that can be absolute game changers and change the game. And so that's where Wilson to me feels like a guy that because of those traits could end up going a little earlier than you have him at least. It
reminds me a lot of last year with Aiden Hutchinson and Trayvon Walker at the very end there.
Sure.
Where like Hutch was such a top prospect throughout the whole college football season.
Yeah.
And early in the pre-draft process.
Right.
And then later as we got closer to draft day, Trayvon Walker is the quote unquote traits type of guy,
sure.
With a higher projection type of player. So I don't know. It's very interesting because you look at those 2 picks a year later, and I feel like Hutchinson is the better of those 2 players currently.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, Justin on here, he said he likes that Hendon Hooker spot too. I think you had Hooker going a little higher in your mock draft, I think, didn't you?
Yeah. So you had Hooker going.
He's at 27. I have the Bucs
27
back
to the Bucs
and then taking him late.
I had him 23 to the Vikings.
Okay.
That's a pairing I've heard a lot this week is Minnesota is in on this quarterback class.
Right.
So Minnesota is interesting because Kirk Cousins is in a contract year and he's not a bad quarterback.
Sure.
He will, you're a Bears fan, so you know the NFC North just probably better than I do, but he's not a bad quarterback, but he's not going to win you stuff. Like if the team around him is really good, then he can get you to the playoffs and take you down that road. But he's not elevating those around him, almost like like a Mahomes would. So and then you have Kwesi, the GM. It's his second year. Kirk Cousins wasn't his guy. Kevin O'Connell, the head coach, Kirk Cousins wasn't his guy. So that's another dynamic that we don't know anything about is how do those 2 guys feel about having Kirk on the team? And then the other elephant in the room is the Justin Jefferson extension.
Right.
Justin Jefferson is going to be making like quarterback money almost.
Exactly. Yeah.
At the wide receiver position.
And
so
when he does, that Kirk Cousins deal is going
to. Yeah, exactly. When he does that rookie contract looks really, really enticing.
Sure. Sure.
Even if it is for a Hendon Hooker who is an older prospect, but these are all questions that will get answered tonight. That's why we're all here. There's 92 of you guys here. 92. Let's do this. Everyone, I need people to start smashing that thumbs up button. I see 11 likes on the stream right now with 92 of you. Let's try to get that up to at least 20 likes.
Yeah.
Let's get it to 30 by the time the first team is on the clock, which I see on my TV screen. Goodell is up there.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people up there laughing, joking around just to open this draft up that they say 7:00, but you're better off putting in 7:30, I think, for when you're actually going to start seeing picks. But it does look like the draft is officially opening now. So there's plenty of rumors out there of, if things could change up. Looks like Patrick Mahomes is coming out with the Super Bowl trophy. nothing like winning the Super Bowl and then getting to host the draft to celebrate with your city, Dan.
I know, it's just like sticking in the rest of the league's face. Like, yeah, have fun picking the top 5. Look what we did.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of which, the Dated Fork says he would love Darnell Washington to the Chiefs. That would be very interesting. But
very interesting.
Darnell Washington is also a player I still don't know how to project that's to the next level. Like, I don't know what his role is going to be.
Right.
And, for fantasy football purposes, which is, part of the reason we're here is analyzing stuff from a fantasy lens. I don't know how involved in the passing game he'll be. Right. I don't know if the NFL looks at him as like a third tackle potentially, which is also like a lot of people don't talk about that, but that's a game changer. Having a 6th offensive lineman out on the field. Yeah. When you're
and
running,
especially with what's the Dated Fork, put there, like the Chiefs a couple years ago, Super Bowl 55, they didn't score a touchdown. That
was the one against the Bucs, right?
The Bucs, correct.
Yeah.
They didn't score a single touchdown. The Bucs were getting to them constantly because the line was tattered and they weren't able to protect Mahomes. He's Superman, but he can only do so much. And after that game, the Chiefs went back and they decided they are going to make sure there is never a point where Patrick Mahomes is having to run for his life every single play. And now we saw them win a Super Bowl again last year. And a guy like Darnell Washington who can come in and basically, be a 6th offensive lineman. Can you imagine if they're in 12 personnel and Travis Kelce's able to go out for a route and Darnell Washington's in there as a 6th?
It's not fair.
It's cheating. It shouldn't be allowed. That's definitely a guy I'm looking for tonight.
And the other thing you got to think about is I don't think teams like scout their division and draft to like counter stuff they see within their division. But,
right.
In the AFC West, you have Max Crosby, you have Joey Bosa, you have some good edge rushers where if you have a Darnell, like a lot of times, like they'll ask a tight end to chip. Like, listen, before you run your route, like, throw a shoulder out there and chip. If Darnell's chip is like, it's going to put you down. So that's
Absolutely.
Like kind of, I don't know. And then, so for fantasy purposes, that's what worries me.
Sure.
Is an Andy Reid going to get a player like Darnell and his first thought is like, all right, cool. How can I use this guy to block for Mahomes better?
Sure.
And stuff like that. And that doesn't help me on my fantasy football team at all.
Right.
So
officially the draft is open. We have the Panthers are now on the clock as it ticks down. We are 8:40-ish on at least my clock at home, away from them where the clock could expire, but we know that's not going to happen. We're seeing a war room filled with what looks like 50 people, all excited. But this pick is very interesting. The Panthers, Scott Fitterer, made a big deal with the Chicago Bears to move up from 9-1 in this draft. They give up pick 9. They give up their 24 first next year. They give up 25 second round pick and DJ Moore, all to move up for this one pick. So the future of their franchise being picked here, we got to assume quarterback. And I think the assumption here is it's going to be Bryce Young, but we will wait for it to be official here. But Dan, when you look at this roster,
I'm always interested to see how long they take.
Yeah, when they know.
When did they trade a month ago?
They've been on the clock since March 10th. So at about 5:00 my time in Chicago. Yeah.
I got to say, not to bring up draft day again, but one of my favorite parts is when the Browns are up on the clock. Like the very first thing they talk about is what happens if time runs out. Like
exactly.
They're on the clock for 10 seconds. They're like, well, if they miss the clock, the next team can pick.
Which has happened.
Which has happened
to the same team.
Yes, my good friend at work is a Vikings fan, so I joke with him a lot about that going on.
Absolutely. So when you look over where we have our team card up here for the Panthers, you look at their current roster. You got Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard as running backs. They brought in DJ Chark and Adam Thielen to be wide receivers. Terrace Marshall's returning. Tight end room, Hayden Hurst, Ian Thomas, Tommy Tremble. Not a ton to write home about. But whoever the quarterback is that's coming in here, what is your feeling, at least, on the situation that they're entering into here? I know we have new head coach Frank Reich. We have new offensive coordinator Thomas Brown. Is this a good landing spot for a young QB to go to?
I think it is. Because I think Frank Reich is a good head coach. And I think he got a bad beat in Indianapolis, I feel like. Because they had Luck retired like during that preseason game. That was a very awkward moment. And then I feel like they were just searching for so long for that replacement, but doing it in the wrong way. They brought in Phillip Rivers, they brought in Matt Ryan, they brought in Carson Wentz, they brought in Nick Foles at one point. It was kind of like if you throw enough mud at the wall, some of it's going to stick.
Sure. Yeah.
But instead of grabbing mud, they were just grabbing dusty quarterbacks.
Yeah, exactly. And
they needed a little water in the mixture.
I mean, Tepper goes and he buys this team, and he wants to win. He's one of these owners that bought a team, and he didn't just buy it because it was an investment. He is actually wanting to be in the press box, in a suite, watching his team on the field dominate and win games. So this is a motivated owner. It's, on the Jim Irsay kind of lines of owners, that are very involved, very vocal, that we see. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that they made a big move this year, because they tried to Band-Aid that for years and years with different quarterbacks, and it just hasn't worked. And so this almost feels like this is the start of Tepper's ownership era. Is now he's part of this group that is now bringing in somebody that they want, that they believe in, that is going to be, the franchise quarterback of their future. So we'll just have to wait for the card to come in with 5 minutes already off the clock somehow. And my expectation is probably Bryce Young. Do you think that's the right way to go with the prospects available in this draft?
Bryce Young is my top quarterback in this draft. For football purposes, obviously,
sure.
We'll talk about fantasy down the road and how that changes things, but for football purposes, he is the best quarterback. I was talking about it on another show last week. He played at Mater Dei in Southern California, which is a very prestigious high school football program. He did amazing there. He goes on to Alabama, which is probably the most prestigious collegiate football program in the nation. Mm-hmm. And he succeeds there. I don't know. I don't know why we're knocking him so much. The size thing I know is a quote unquote concern, but
sure,
we've seen quarterbacks succeed at that height. The frame is also another concern, but hey, the good thing is Carolina's invested in their offensive line in the past couple of years with good players, and they are an improving unit. So, if I was Carolina, Bryce Young would be the pick for me here. And hopefully that's what the franchise needs to take the next step. Because I feel like if you look at the top 10, I feel like there's franchises on the decline, franchises on the ascent, franchises that are stagnating. I feel like Carolina falls into the ascending franchise bucket if I was placing each of those top 10 teams into a bucket.
Okay.
And then you look at the division they're in. With Tampa Bay is on the decline type of thing.
Yeah.
So
New Orleans.
Exactly. New Orleans is New Orleans, and Atlanta is kind of what Atlanta. But I'm showing the pick is in. So
okay. So
now we see what's
slow walk to the
Gonna...
stage.
Yeah, exactly.
As the Texans are technically on the clock as we're speaking right now. So the pick is in. The first pick of the 2023 NFL draft is going to be coming to us shortly here. I have to say personally, I think Frank Reich got a raw deal last year in Indianapolis. I'm really cheering for him to have a lot of success in Carolina. And I hope it starts here. I hope it starts with getting a quarterback that Frank Reich, who was a quarterback and is, a Super Bowl champion coach as an offensive coordinator with Philadelphia. I'm just really excited to see what he can do molding a young quarterback into this league, and hopefully creates a winner out of it, because he's an easy guy to cheer for, honestly, Frank Reich. So
he is. Yeah. He says the right things to the media. He does the right things as far as his players are concerned. He seems like a generally good guy, that I have no problem rooting for. And like you said, I feel like he's gotten the short end of the stick as far as his time in Indianapolis was concerned.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, pick is in. We're just waiting to hear where our player is going to be. Expectation, though, I think is quarterback here. I don't think we're going to see any sort of surprises other than Bryce Young, but this is why we watch, right? This is the drama of the draft and why it's so exciting. So,
the real drama starts once this pick is called, right?
Right, of course.
I feel like there's a million different smoke screens about what Houston's going to do.
Well, to the podium. And the first pick of the 2023 NFL draft is Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama.
All right.
Their overall taken. Congratulations to him, to the Panthers. So that is now pick 9, a 24 first, a 25 second, and DJ Moore to go get Bryce Young. So it's a hefty price to pay, but we all know in the NFL, if you go and get your quarterback, then that doesn't matter. You can't win without.
Yeah, the cost is no
price.
Concern at that point.
Exactly. So Bryce Young, definitely going to be interesting from a fantasy perspective. Dan, does this interest you at all in what we're gonna see from Bryce Young this landing spot?
Oh yeah, of course. Because I mean, look at that card that we have on the screen. Look at that roster: Andy Dalton, Matt Corral. I think Bryce Young is definitely an upgrade over both those guys. Sure. So, you're looking at, upgrade for DJ Moore, upgrade for whatever Adam Thielen has left in the tank, upgrade for Terrace Marshall, who had kind of like a breakout resurgence at the end of last year. So it helps, all of those players improve as fantasy assets. And then Bryce Young himself. Now, here's the question for you. Mm-hmm. When does he start?
That's a great question. He seems like a guy that's pro ready, that's ready to go and step in and be ready week 1. But you do have Andy Dalton there. I come from a franchise that knows what it's like to start Andy Dalton instead of your rookie. So it is totally possible that Andy Dalton starts the first few games, lets Bryce Young kind of get used to the team, get used to his weapons that he has, figuring things out, not rushing it all together. The fact is, I don't think Carolina is thinking like, we're going to be a playoff team right away this year. So if that's the thought process, if it's, we want to bring him along, we spent a lot to get Bryce Young and we need to bring him along slowly, then I could see that being the case. But at the exact same time, you don't want to just hold him back to hold him back. If he's ready to go, they're going to put him in and have him playing. So it will be interesting. They have pick 39 coming up early in the second round. And do they go out and try to get him some weapons right away? So yeah, Bryce Young, first pick overall in the NFL draft. So Houston now officially is on the clock. So we now have where the draft is going to be chaos. Essentially, we have no idea what is happening at this point going forward. So any predictions here? Do you think the late CJ Stroud surge in those odds is true? Do you think that's what we're going to end up seeing here, or are we still in a total guessing game with Houston?
Let me ask you one question real fast before we move on to the Houston pick.
Sure.
Matt Corral.
Okay.
We never got to see him this past year, because he had the injury early on and it was basically a redshirt season for him.
Right.
Is it out of the realm of possibilities that a team that misses out on a quarterback today or tomorrow maybe throws a late pick at Carolina for Matt Corral?
I think it's possible. I mean, honestly, we saw nothing. We didn't get to see him get on the field. I mean, I don't think you're going to be giving back the value that they spent to draft him last year. Obviously, like it's going to be a little bit later than that. But
what was he? Was he a? I
think he was third round.
A third round.
I believe he was a third round pick. I can check that and make sure. But I mean, what's the need to have him on your roster? I guess first
because you got Andy Dalton there as your backup.
Yeah, he was at the end of the third round, third to last pick in the third round last year, 94 overall.
Yeah. So who's not to say that? Who's not to say somebody throws a fifth?
Yeah, throw a fifth round pick and see if you can get anything in him as and have him in as a backup, get him onto your practice squad, see what goes on. I agree with you. It's totally plausible because otherwise it's just you have him in as a third. You spent the third round pick and he's going to be your third quarterback on the
exactly. Like if
pick
Bryce Young goes, wow, that was fast.
That was fast. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. So pick is in already. Houston not playing games at all. So we'll switch over here real quick. Houston's roster currently, we have Davis Mills and Case Keenum at QB, so totally plausible that we could see a quarterback go here. We have on the board right now a lot of defensive guys that Will Anderson, we have Tyree Wilson, we have Jalen Carter, all these different guys that could end up going as well. But I don't know. They stuck here at 2. It feels like quarterback to me, but I don't know. What do you think, Dan?
That was a really fast pick.
Yeah.
I
mean, we got to remember too that they're on the clock from the point that the pick is in. So
yeah, that's true.
By the time they went up and announced Bryce Young, they had about 7 minutes left on the clock.
And the NFL needs to work on their UI game. Get that clock going right away.
Right,
I think it's one of the edge defenders personally.
Okay.
For me, it would be Will Anderson. A lot of people are saying Tyree Wilson. Could we see Jalen Carter? Could the rumors of his demise be greatly exaggerated? Because if you take away the off of the field stuff and his poor testing, he is easily the best defensive player in this draft class.
Right. If you remove all of the outside the field stuff, here we go. We have Roger walking up to the podium now, and all right, Dan.
Let's see what we got here. With the number 2 overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud,
quarterback,
Ohio State.
Wow.
Scott Johnson, he called it.
So all the rumors,
Scott on their stream,
all the talk of S2 scores and sliding down the board here, all of that talk for the last couple of weeks when we thought Stroud might go number 1, and then it was talk he could go all the way down to, I saw as late as like 10 or 11 sometimes in mock drafts. He is the new franchise quarterback for your Houston Texans. So he enters into the league with Robert Woods, Noah Brown, John Mechie, Nico Collins, Amari Rodgers as the receivers, Dalton Schultz, his new tight end, who comes in. And they have Damian Pierce in the backfield, and new addition Devin Singletary from the Bills comes along. It is a very interesting pick considering all the talk that was going around, but I think it's the right pick, honestly. One thing I will say, I mean, if you've been paying attention this week, you would see you've seen that Washington did not pick up the 5th-year option on Chase Young, right? And that was a draft that they decided, we'll find our franchise quarterback next year. We don't need our franchise quarterback now. We have a potential Hall of Fame defensive player here on the board. We have to take him at 2. So they go Chase Young, and they don't get a quarterback. And now you're looking at it a few years later, they're not picking up the 5th-year option. And it looks a lot worse than it did on draft night. And that's the thing about a team that needs quarterback. If you need a quarterback, if you have to get yourself a quarterback that can get you in contention and get you to win, you can't take Chase Young over a guy like Justin Herbert or Tua Tagovailoa. I mean, obviously hindsight's 2020, but for me, I'm like, you have to go get the quarterback when you have the ability. If the Texans took Jalen Carter there, if they took Will Anderson there, right? If they go and have a decent season and they win, let's not even say decent, they win 6 games, right? If they win 6 games, you're not going to be at the top 2 picks next year. You're going to be pick 6, pick 7, something like that. And when you have Drake May and Caleb Williams as quarterbacks coming into that class next year that you want to get, you're not in the area to get that quarterback. So for me, when you are in those top couple picks, if you have a need at quarterback, you have to take quarterback. It's like the only point in the draft where I'll tell you, like, whether it's best player available or not, it's the quarterback position is the most important position in all of sports. You have to take your quarterback there. So I applaud the pick. I think it's a great pick.
I think it's a great pick too. Just real quick. So now does this mean at 12 is defense? I don't know. You would think, I don't know how Casario is going to handle that, because let's remember DeMeco Ryans, the new head coach of the Texans. He's a defensive guy, and I feel like your first draft as a head coach, you should have some sort of input on what the pick should be. But I mean, we saw on, or at least on my coverage, DeMeco on the phone It looked like he was laughing. It looked like he was happy. He looked like he was ecstatic
Right.
to be getting CJ Stroud here, which I think he should be. I think that the pre-draft process hasn't been kind to Stroud, and I think a lot of the stuff was blown out of the water.
Right. No, absolutely.
I don't know if you saw the quote from Stroud about the S2 test the other day. He's like, "I'm not here to take tests. I'm here to play football," or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which I love. That's like, it's a moxie, it's bravado. It's like,
to be fair, let me find it really quick. The entire quote is a lot more articulate than just that exact part. I mean,
I never claimed to be an articulate person.
No. Absolutely. I'm just saying everybody was pulling out that I'm not a test taker and being like, oh, you don't really want to say that and everything. But the full quote was, "It's not on accident things come out. It's not on accident that people throw dirt on my name. People benefit from things people don't. I know that it wasn't on accident, that it happened on purpose. I'm not dumb. But at the same time, I can still realize who I am and I can just be myself. I'm a football player, not a test taker." So that's where everybody pulled out, the test taker stuff, but he calls it out. He says, like, this isn't what's going on right now. It's out of my control. It's nothing that I can handle. And CJ Stroud hadn't stepped on a football field. He literally hadn't even stepped on a practice field. And he was being talked about sliding down boards. I'm real happy for him though. It's pretty exciting. We just threw it up here a second ago, but Dennis asking a pretty pertinent question right now is the Arizona trade coming up now? We've heard a lot of rumors leading up to the draft here that they might be trying to trade back from 3. They're showing their war room right now. It looks like a lot of guys staring at iPhones. So who knows what's happening right now, but there was talk that teams might want to try to come up for 3, but the feeling for me is, were they trying to come up to get Stroud? Did their
does that change things for them?
Yeah, did their trade market just evaporate here?
I don't know. Like, they showed that war room. It didn't seem like a room that was making a selection.
It didn't look like a room that was making a selection. It also didn't look like a room that was happy. Interesting. The Houston Texans war room is pounding tables and on the phone. A trade has happened. And back-to-back first-round picks in the first 3 picks are happening here in the NFL draft. The Houston Texans, after selecting CJ Stroud 2nd overall, have moved up again to be 3rd overall. So they will be 2nd and 3rd overall. Mr. Daniel Jeremiah, who they're all pointing to if you're watching NFL Network, called this earlier. You would assume this is probably the defensive player then, right?
Oh my God.
And this is the benefit of trading Deshaun Watson and getting all of these picks like they did. They are going to have the 2nd quarterback in the class who might have been their top quarterback overall and the number 1 defender in the class, if they are going defender here. You would assume they probably are.
I would assume they're going defender.
This is too early, I would think, for Bijan or Jackson Smith and Jigba to go off the board.
Can you imagine that move? Just take the 2 Ohio State kids back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. Just saying, hey, here you go. Here's your receiver too. Wow, what a move here! This is a big move. You would assume it's going to be a move up from 12. So Arizona going back has to be going back to 12. So I will try to find out.
I would assume I haven't seen any compensation.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the compensation is. So we will keep an eye out for that. But right now, Houston once again back up on the clock, and pick is in. So they made the trade and the pick goes right in right away. If you were watching the stream, the NFL Network at least showed that war room, I think right as they were getting the trade done, pounding tables, very excited. So they may have been at a really tough point where they were thinking, do we go Stroud or do we go with our top defensive guy? And they decided to go Stroud, and hoping that they could still get their top defender, because they may have been actually kind of in this process going, who do we take? This defender, CJ Stroud, what do we do?
It said, hey, why don't you do both?
And here we go. So Roger Goodell coming out to the podium. And we have 2 new Texans within the first 3 picks of the draft. I have the compensation too after we see this pick. Will Anderson is the 3rd pick of the 2023 NFL draft. So the Houston Texans, who were a play away from being the first overall pick in this draft, had a Hail Mary, the Lovie Smith, Davis Mills Hail Mary to beat the Colts the last week of the season, went from the first pick overall to 2, but they find a way to trade up and give themselves the best defender in their, at least in their eyes, on the board. Will Anderson and CJ Stroud are now both Texans. And here's the compensation, Dan. The Cardinals trade pick 3 and pick 105. And in return, they get pick 12, pick 33, which is the second pick of the second round tomorrow, a 2024 first round pick, and a 2024 third round pick. So the Cardinals will have 2 picks next year in the first round, 2 picks in the third round. They move back to 12, and they will have the second pick in the second round this year. What a big, big time trade right here to start off the draft. Justin, new era in Houston starts with CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. You have to love that. I do. What do you think, Dan? Oh, I think you might be muted.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was going to say, let us know in the chat how you guys feel about this trade, and then also give us a thumbs up on the video if you think it was a smart move by the Texans. My first question is, because they still have a first from Cleveland next year in the Deshaun Watson trade.
Right.
So nothing I'm seeing says which first round pick it is.
Yeah.
Being a Browns fan, I'm hoping that if it is Cleveland's first, it's a later first next year, but you know, Cleveland is Cleveland, so we'll see what happens. But wow, crazy.
Yeah. So they did fork. I kind of like it for both teams. I can agree. I mean, if Houston had conviction and they said Will Anderson is their guy to be the cornerstone of their defense for years to come, and you just got your edge defensive end rusher who actually, the thing about Will Anderson, people don't totally realize he's very good against the run. People, they usually think defensive end type guys, they're going to be guys that have to, get around the corner, get to the quarterback. That's what they do. Will Anderson is a fantastic run stopper. And the other thing is he is a leader in the locker room, which is something I think this organization can absolutely use. And now on both sides of the ball, you got yourself a leader in CJ Stroud as your franchise quarterback and a leader on the defense in Will Anderson. It comes with a lot of value, which Greg says right here, Zona made out on that trade. You are absolutely correct. They move back 9 spots in the first round and I believe, 4th round pick. Or is it a 3rd round? I think it's the beginning of the 4th round pick. And they are going to get the 33rd pick, which is the second pick of the second round, an additional 1st round pick next year and a 3rd round pick next year. That's really exciting. The Colts are now on the clock, but we will continue to talk about the big moves that the Houston Texans did to change their franchise completely. 2 years ago, we had Deshaun Watson was not playing football. We had the Texans in the absolute mud of the league trying to figure out where they were going to go from there. They trade Watson to the Browns, and now just a year after doing that, they move up, they get themselves their top defender in the class, and at worst, their second best QB, their second favorite QB in the class. What a move, Dan.
Yeah, kudos to them. Just go get it. We saw
Have some conviction,
Yeah, we saw a lot of reports this week. Of course, the Colts picked right away. Real fast, we saw a lot of reports this week that a lot of GMs only had 15 or 17 first round grades on this draft class. If that's the case, hey, go out, get a top player, and if you're missing out on a second round pick, who cares? Because maybe your convictions on that class aren't as strong.
So the pick is in. If you haven't seen it already, I've seen some leaks of it already. But the pick is in from the Colts. It is the 4th pick overall in the draft. We have had, to recap, if you're just joining us now, Bryce Young go 1st overall, 2nd overall, CJ Stroud, 3rd overall after trading up with the from the Cardinals. Cardinals trading back. Houston comes back up and gets Will Anderson. What a start to this draft.
Crazy. So before we grab the next pick, let's bring in our first guest. It's not just being Tim and I this entire time.
Yeah.
We have my good friend John from NFL Draft Lounge. I used to work with John at a website a couple years ago. One of the smartest people I know in football, and let's welcome him onto the stream. John, how you doing tonight?
Man, good. Thank you for having me in the intro too. That's really nice of you. Very kind of you to say. So.
I try. So before the Colts pick comes in, instant reaction. Man, Texans making some power moves.
I'm blown away. I'm sitting here man, it's like this is what we live for. I'm like almost speechless at this point, right? Like we do all this work every year for these 3 days. Yeah. And just to see it start off like this.
Absolutely.
All right, Goodell is approaching the podium.
Wow.
And we have the 4th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Florida quarterback Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson, the 3rd quarterback off the board here in the first 4 picks. Anthony Richardson is a Colt. What a start to this draft, guys. This is exciting.
That is awesome, man. That is great. Oh, dude. No, I absolutely love this, man. So first off, I had a lot of bets on Richardson going to the Colts for a while.
Boom.
So I got him at pretty good odds for the most part. The other thing, it was, I think that this is one of the teams I wanted to see Richardson play at, right?
Sure.
Because he just worked with, their head coach coming in. Shane Steichen just worked with Jalen Hurts the last couple of years, put together a really good offense to kind of help Hurts progress as a passer. A lot of the things that you look and you see the Eagles do, it's a lot of, they call it manufactured quarterbacking in the NFL, but it's a lot of design plays, makes the read really simple, but it's complex for a defense to try to defend against. Nobody's really figured out how to beat it yet, other than to get pressure on the quarterback. So that's kind of the same type of offense can be applied to Richardson, and you can get results out of him faster in that type of an offense as opposed to going into somewhere else, where they don't have a lot of experience with this. And Richardson's upside, guys, he could be a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts in that offense. Yeah. He's got a better arm. He's got a top 5 arm that he's walking into the NFL. There's not 5 guys that can throw the ball better than him, or farther, I should say. There's not 5 quarterbacks that can run as well as he can. Like the upside here is tremendous. I'm so happy for Anthony, man. That's awesome to see him go right there.
In super flex leagues, does any of these first 3 quarterback picks shift your rankings for quarterbacks for you in a super flex league? I mean, Anthony Richardson's going to Indianapolis, which seemingly is a very, very nice landing spot for him, like you're saying, John. I mean, is this now where Richardson is going to become the QB1 on a lot of different boards? Not that I don't love CJ Stroud. I'm not particularly on fire about Houston as a landing spot. But where does this shift anything for you as far as a fantasy perspective?
No, I don't think so. So the thing to me, it seems like, is the Colts brought in Gardner Minshew this year, right? Sure. I think that he's going to be the bridge quarterback. The other thing that's worth pointing out is Gardner Minshew has just spent 2 years working with Shane Steichen as well.
Sure.
He is the backup quarterback in Philadelphia. He started some games out there. So he already has an edge on the terminology and all the other stuff that Anthony's going to have to learn. So it's basically like having a quarterback that's been in the system for a couple of years. You already have that. So I don't think that this is a guy that's going to impact right away. Whereas you look at CJ, he's walking in there, he's probably starting right away. What are you going to roll out Davis Mills next year? Right. And you look at Carolina, he's going to start right away. Right. And I think Bryce is number 1. I think CJ's 2. And then, obviously Richardson here at 3. We'll see where Levis lands. Levis still has a few places he could go where he'll be a starter right away. So,
hey, I got to tell you, though, the idea of Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor as a running tandem, come on. AFC South defensive coordinators have to just be like, this is bull. This is not fair.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's the thing, too, is, I had talked about the 2 places I wanted to see Anthony go was here or Tennessee. And the only real difference between the 2, I thought Indianapolis was the better fit.
Sure.
Because Tennessee's going to run a power under center system. They're just going to do that. That's how you utilize Derrick Henry. And I think that's probably one of the reasons Malik Willis hasn't worked out for them yet. So when you take that into consideration, the fact that you've got a Jonathan Taylor in that backfield who can run shotguns, zone read type stuff because he's got the acceleration and the burst once he hits that hole, that he's gone, right? So you can run an inside zone scheme or outside zone scheme with Taylor. He's got the capability to do both. Right. So that doesn't put Richardson under center like it would have if he'd been in a place like Tennessee, because you can't take Derrick Henry, put him in the shotgun and run inside zone. He needs to have that running start. He's I'm not saying he's strictly gap, but he's a lot of gap. You have to play a lot of gap with him. Yeah. So I love this. This is the best place Anthony could have gone. It's awesome. I absolutely love this.
Yeah, it's exciting. So there is some rumors on at least on Twitter that the Seahawks are contemplating moving down, that maybe they're trying to trade down here a bit. The clock is getting down here. We're at 2:10 left on the clock. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. We're starting to get to that point where we have to start explaining if the clock runs out that the pick moves on to Detroit with 2 minutes left on the clock. You would assume if they do have a trade partner, that partner is ready to make the pick right away. So 2 minutes.
So I'll tell you what I've heard already is the Eagles are probably on the phone with them right now.
Interesting.
So Philadelphia is very interested in getting Jalen Carter.
Okay.
And Jalen Carter has been the overwhelming favorite to go right here.
Sure.
So I think that with the way that the board's fallen at this point, Seattle is probably thinking they're probably entertaining this offer right here. I would assume.
It's an interesting idea too that it could be Philly moving up, because we had Houston, who was a team with 2 first-round picks, moving up with that second first-round pick to get themselves 2 and 3. This would be Philly moving up into the top 5, knowing that they have another first-round pick that they have as ammunition, as currency. But meanwhile, it's Seattle, who also has a couple first-round picks that could be moving back and just accumulating even more stock on top of what was a Russell Wilson trade that loaded them up before.
I was going to say it's interesting seeing how different franchises are going to use these extra picks that you can call house money to a certain extent, because you got Seattle here at 5, you have Detroit at 6, and you have Philadelphia at 10.
Yeah,
none of those picks were earned by those teams; they were all acquired via trades from drafts in the past. So it's going to be interesting to see how these general managers approach what is essentially a free lottery ticket. And we actually have Seattle has made a pick, so it'll be interesting.
The pick is actually in.
Who should be Jalen Carter.
I would say Jalen Carter too. Also, if I had to guess who it's going to be,
I'm interested in. I mean, I feel like if it was Jalen Carter, I guess you still take him here. You know that you have the pick at, I think they're at 20 as well, so you can take a little more of a flyer, but. Feels like if you really wanted Jalen Carter, that you kind of would have ran to the podium the second that the clock came there. I guess you scout everything out, but
yeah, I think you have to take the phone, right?
Sure.
When the phone starts ringing, go ahead, take it, see what the offers are. I think Tennessee was probably on the phone as well, calling up because they're probably a little bit worried about their quarterback situation. And as much as I hate to say it, because I live in Tennessee, but Will Levis makes sense in Nashville, So I think that's actually an option that's on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Seahawks coming up here. We have Sedated Fork saying, "Don't screw it up, Seahawks. Carter, please." So we may see in real time Sedated Fork ecstatic or breaking down within the comment section.
Because Carter would be a big upgrade for that defense, because they were pretty terrible last year against the run. And then if you look in their division, the top dog right now is San Francisco, and that team, all they want to do is run the ball down your throat. So like I said before, you don't want to self-scout within your division and try to draft against that. But, if you got the added advantage that, hey, 2 games a year, you're getting a plus matchup, Jalen Carter makes a lot of sense for Seattle here. And like I said, it's a house money free pick. So if the, intangibles and the off the field stuff becomes a little bit of an issue, it's, it was a free roll at the end of the day.
Absolutely. This is the moment. It looks like we have Roger Goodell walking to the podium here. The fifth pick of the 2023 NFL Draft. Oh, baby.
It's a surprise.
Devin Witherspoon, cornerback from
Oh, my goodness.
Illinois. ILLINI, baby. The fifth pick overall. They go with the aggressive, big hit, big play style Witherspoon. Not the biggest corner in this class as far as size goes, but the first defensive back taken off the board. John, your feelings on this one?
This is so surprise because this is one of those picks where somebody's making it going, I'm making sure that you don't get your guy because this guy's going to Detroit.
Yeah,
he was
definitely going to Detroit.
So
it's a spite pick. They wanted to move back,
It is well. This is a shocker, man. This is you short up your corner position last year, but I guess they feel like they need another one.
I can tell you, having watched a lot of Devin Witherspoon, being an Illinois grad myself, one of the most exciting players we've had on that team in a long time. That's not saying a whole lot, but he is a very instinctual, hard-nosed, hit the guy, keep him down player. It is the kind of guy that I feel like is a guy that Pete Carroll and the Seahawks kind of value. Like when you think Legion of Boom, you think of the guys that are just nailing the receivers, hitting guys over the middle, anticipation, making big plays, and that's the kind of guy Witherspoon is. And I'm thinking back to what the 2022 season was, and it's not like the Seahawks struggled completely getting points. Geno Smith had a really big year. They had Kenneth Walker, Lockett had another big year, Metcalf another big year. So it's not totally stunning that they're going to go with defense here, obviously, with the way this draft board is. But secondary is not exactly the way I thought they were going to go with this. So very interesting.
No, he is a physical guy. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
I was about to say exactly what you're going to say. He's a physical guy, and boom is one of the words that comes to mind when I think of Witherspoon and his tape. Yeah,
he's a guy that's going to have to. Well, he's going to fit Seattle, just like Tim said, perfectly. He fits them. Okay, so the fit here isn't the issue. I think the issue is more if you look at that defensive line, they don't have a standout player right now. Like they just don't, which is sad. Because they could. It's a lot of rotational guys. It's a lot of role pieces, and you can put together something like that. But to have somebody potentially like Carter that was sitting right there,
sure,
and you don't take him, man, that's shocking. But yeah,
does it make you question at all where those red flags are for all these teams with Carter? I mean, if this is just the start of where the slip could happen, but I mean, how far are we going to go down before we go, yeah, this stuff is real with Carter that people are talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, so the first thing that I'm looking at with it is, first off, if he doesn't get picked by Detroit here, he's in serious trouble.
Yeah, the slide is going to start for real if it's not Detroit.
Yeah, if Detroit, because I think that everybody knew Witherspoon was going to Detroit. Detroit made that way too clear a couple weeks ago when they decided to trade Okudah over to Atlanta. So you open up that corner spot. You got nobody's projecting a corner to go in the top 5. So yeah, you make that call every single time, right? Where it's like, okay, we'll go ahead and set up for this. But it's like they made it too obvious. So there's 2 options, I think, for Detroit here on the table. And one is take Carter, settle in. Well, actually, let's make that 3 options. Just settle in, do it, right?
Right.
Number 2 is you go to your number 2 corner. That's the biggest need on this team right now is corner because you just sent Okudah away. And I understand they feel good about their younger guys, but that's a problem. And then number 3 is, okay, trade down. Settle. Eagles?
Ooh.
Speaking
another
of trades,
trade.
Is it Eagles?
It is the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, no!
Who traded back from 3 to 12, have now traded back up into the top 6. It looks like it's a pretty simple trade as far as value. It is Detroit gets 12 and 34, so they move back 6 picks and gain the 3rd pick of the 2nd round tomorrow, and the Cardinals are now on the clock at 6 overall. The 12th pick has been traded twice, guys.
This is like the movie Draft Day for real today.
It really is. It's insane. So
we just need a David Putney shout out.
So this is, I'm going to guess this is a move up for Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah.
They finally give Kyler Murray the offensive lineman he's been asking for.
I think that's what this move up is for. Paris Johnson Jr. That's my guess. And it's because we started hearing the rumors that they were interested in him at 3. So it made sense when they traded down. It also makes sense seeing them trade up, right? Because
getting in front of the Raiders, right?
Yeah, because the Raiders could potentially grab him right there too.
Right.
You know, so I think that this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And Paris Johnson, I'm guessing, is the pick right here.
Sorry, it is different compensation than what I originally saw. Tom Pellisario wrong. Field Yates has updated it that the trade is the Lions trade 6 and 81, and the Cardinals get 12. The Cardinals trade 12, 34, and 168. So it is still 12 and 34 to the Cardinal or to the Lions, and the Cardinals get up to 6, but the Cardinals also get pick 81, which I believe is a 3rd rounder, and the Lions get 168, which should be a 5th rounder, I think, an early 5th rounder.
Now let me ask you guys. So where's Will Levis going to slide to? Because I'm looking at the teams coming up, and obviously the Raiders are a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't know how they feel about Levis. I've seen a lot of Gonzalez to the Raiders rumors throughout the day. And it makes sense. You know, it's always great to get a new corner on the team, but I don't see Atlanta taking Levis. I think they're confident rolling out Ritter and seeing what they have in him, at least experimenting for a year.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you think anybody wants to come up to get him either, though? Like that's the question there. You know, if you're Tennessee and you're thinking, I want to get my next quarterback, is there anybody in front of you, one that's going to take a quarterback? No. But are you afraid that someone's going to jump you to try to take Will Levis? It's really interesting. And the pick is in now. So the Cardinals go from 3 to 12 to 6 in the first round. I guess maybe they were trying to trade back into that range. They wanted to be mid-first range, and they just couldn't find a partner to move back from 3, which is where they took that Houston deal. Also, that Houston deal was probably too much to pass up. But
I was going to say that package. Even if there's a player you love, the value in that package, you just have to. Is on the podium, waiting for the pick to come in. All right. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson, tackle from Ohio State.
There you go, John, on the money. Paris Johnson Jr., tackle from Ohio State, big left tackle. He's about almost 6'6.5", and this is a guy who we've kind of been looking at all of the tackles that are available in this draft between Broderick Jones, Peter Skoronski. We're calling Skoronski a tackle. I think a lot of people are saying he actually probably is more of a guard. Darnell Wright. These are kind of the guys that we were talking about. John, what's your feeling on Johnson? Should he be the first tackle that was taken in this draft? And what do you see as an outlook for him?
Well, so first thing you got to realize about tackles now with the way that they draft them is everybody has a prototype that they're looking for, and they really stick to that. It's on the offensive line coach. So in this case, it makes all the sense in the world. I think there's 3 guys you can reasonably take number 1, or at least the first tackle off the board in this class. And Johnson's one of them, and Wright's another, and then Broderick Jones is the last. I think those are the 3 that made the most sense. Now, in this case, he's going to fit well because what defenses are kind of doing to play against Kyler Murray and try to take away his athletic ability and limit his ability getting out of the pocket is they kind of mush rush, right?
Sure.
So when you mush rush, it doesn't really require so much, speed and things and agility like that. It really just requires having a good anchor and being strong and holding up in your spot because they're going to come at you with power for the most part.
Sure, absolutely.
So Johnson, he has that athletic ability where you can get out, but he also has one of the finer anchors in this entire class. So I think they like the versatility that he offers with the, being a run blocker as well. He was a solid run blocker at Ohio State, but primarily as a pass protector and his anchor and his technique. So I think that's where he looks good. I'm excited, man. That's a good fit for them. And the Jonathan Gannon era is now officially underway with the hiccup.
I mean, it's interesting too, because we started to hear Paris Johnson to Arizona rumors going on pretty close to, this week. And it's interesting because maybe they were actually going to take him at 3 if they couldn't find somebody to be a trade partner. And if this was the guy that they targeted, if they said, we are going to get Paris Johnson Jr. in this draft, we're going to make sure we get him. And you come out of this draft with an additional first-round pick next year, an additional third-round pick next year, the tackle that you wanted, and it really only cost you your second-round pick, and you're getting all of that. I mean, that's a home run.
Masterclass.
Yeah, that's a home run. And I mean, and that's and that's coming from a totally new regime in Arizona now. You got Michael Bidwell brings in Monty Osenfort, Jonathan Gannon's their coach there now. And you're bringing in, Drew Petzing, and now you got this entirely different regime, kind of having a really nice first draft.
And the other thing to point out about this too, that's really, really important in this situation, is just the fact that they just lost their 3rd round pick right before the draft started. Like, obviously they had a swap, but they figured that out with the whole tampering thing, and they come to that agreement so they don't get penalized by the league. But you lose your 3rd round pick to the Eagles. So you've compensated for that by moving down and then come back up, and you get your guy. Yeah, that's great.
And Kyler Murray's a guy who, I mean, the last couple years, the Cardinals had 2 years ago one of the best records in football prior to Murray starting to break down near the end of the year. Last year, again, he gets the ACL injury. It's if this guy is going to be your future, if this is going to be your franchise quarterback still, and this entire regime just went to Oklahoma to watch a statue unveiling of him. So you would think they're committed to saying Kyler Murray's our guy. It is a big move to say, we're going to make sure you're protected now. So
they're forced to, because of that contract, right? There's no way you buy out of that contract for the next 3 years. You're stuck with them.
Of course.
So that's the issue here. That's the problem.
Got to make peace.
Right. Yeah. So you got to find ways to get him, to protect him, to keep him on the field. That's going to, and I think the key to Kyler is if you can find a way to motivate him and keep him interested throughout the season, which sounds terrible as a franchise quarterback, but that's the key with him, is if you can keep him motivated, he's going to be a good quarterback.
Exactly.
That's what I was saying today. I'm like, so is Kyler out there scouting tackles? Like, this is the same kid that film and get off of Call of Duty, and all of a sudden they're taking his nuanced advice on the tackle class.
Doing homework now, man.
Maybe Gannon got him doing it. Who knows, right?
Maybe
Gannon goes out and goes, I want this guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe Paris Johnson jumped on the sticks in Warzone. Did a little self scouting recruiting.
The other thing too is you can think is, I don't know what their agent situation is. Do they have the same agent? That's another thing as well. Where that's a big factor sometimes with some of these picks, especially when you're in a tight situation like Kyler. And everything we know about Kyler is he's going to leverage everything that he possibly has. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting too, because I mean, the rumors were out there that Kyler had been asking for Tristan Wirfs a couple of years ago, Christian Darrisaw a couple of years ago. There's plenty of this talk that he's been asking for years to give him some offensive linemen around him, and now this new regime comes in, and I mean, just like you said, you don't have a lot of choice. You're going to have this guy, as a part of your team. So why not try to have that bridge actually, not be burning and figure out a way to be a team together. So it is a pick that feels like it does have the quarterback asking for it behind it, but also that let's not take anything away from Paris Johnson. He's a premier talent. He's seen as a premier talent in this draft, and Arizona gets the guy that they wanted, it seems like, from the beginning. So pick is in for the Raiders. They stick at 7. Any chance it's Will Levis, guys?
No, I don't think so. I say Christian Gonzalez.
Okay.
personally.
Yeah, Gonzalez has been the favorite all week. Man,
seems like the type of guy.
I know that the Raiders like a quarterback. I know that they came into this wanting a quarterback. I just don't know like Dan said earlier, I don't know how they feel about Levis.
Yeah, if they weren't high on Levis, then yeah, it's 7 here. It's probably not worth doing. If you can't find a trade partner to go down with, then I would assume you go defense here. There's a couple ways they can go about it. They can go corner. They can go pass rush. Find another guy with Max Crosby to just get at the quarterback. We were talking earlier about, Patrick Mahomes under pressure is a different quarterback. He's still great, but the getting to a guy like Mahomes, getting to a guy like Herbert is important. So I don't know. A pass rusher here could be a big time play for the Raiders, but at the same time, Gonzalez is a big, tall, lanky corner that fits that exact kind of profile that you want from corners in the league nowadays. So we will see. Here we go. Roger Goodell to the podium. Looks like with the 7th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Tyree Wilson, edge, Texas Tech. They go with the traits guy we were talking earlier. Huge wingspan, big old arms, had a foot injury. He was at Texas Tech, which, a year ago, a guy with a foot injury from Texas Tech as an edge rusher is not the exact guy I would have been predicting to be in the top 10, but here we are. There's no denying how big this guy is, the prototype that he is that can succeed at the position he's at the NFL level. And the Raiders are going to go for, let's build up our pass rush and make sure we can get to these quarterbacks that are in the AFC West, because we need to be able to stop occasionally Mahomes, Herbert, and I guess Russell Wilson.
Attempt to stop.
And this isn't interesting. Like you said, traits guy, right?
Yep.
Right now he's strictly a power rusher, but that's something that you can use when you got Max Crosby on the other side.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
right.
when you have a guy like Crosby that can get in the backfield and just, tear up defenses, you need someone that, can pick up things when he can flush them that way. So I think Wilson here makes a lot of sense just in the fact that you've got a guy that can cut off that escape route when that quarterback is getting flushed by Max, and potentially be more productive in this type of in a setting than anywhere else. So I like it. I think it's interesting. It's also interesting to see that Levis is continuing to drop. It's interesting to see that Carter is continuing to drop. That's a big one.
Yeah,
So,
I'll bring that up right now. We have Sedated Fork asking me who I'm hoping my Bears are going to take in 2 picks now that the board has filled out a little bit. I'll tell you, if Ryan Poles is comfortable with Jalen Carter and thinks that Jalen Carter can come in, be a professional, work hard, and do what he needs to do on the field and stay clean off the field, and they somehow move from 1 to 9, get a future first, a future second, and DJ Moore, and still end up with Jalen Carter, I would be thrilled. That would be very exciting. If they don't take Jalen Carter and he's still on the board, if he doesn't go here to Atlanta at 8, then my assumption is they don't feel comfortable with that, and I'm okay with them passing if that's their feeling on it. But that would be a pretty big steal if he ends up becoming what he could become in the NFL, because this guy is on a lot of experts' boards as the number 1 prospect in this draft. He is, as a player, a guy that does things that nobody else in this draft is doing. A lot of guys, even at the pro level, are not doing to guards and centers as he's bowling through them, playing at Georgia. If he can come in and be a pro and do what he was doing at Georgia at a professional level, that would be astounding, and a huge, huge add for a team that had a defensive line of no names last year. So that is, Sedated Fork, what I'm kind of hoping for here. But if he is on the board and they pass on him, then there were red flags that we didn't know about, and I'm okay with that too.
So I'll bring up what Ryan's asking, because I'm sure it's on everybody's minds, is the elephant in the room that is Bijan Robinson and how early he's going to go. I know John and we got together at the Senior Bowl and we were talking about this running back class, and you were one of the first people to tell me like Bijan's going to go top 12, like without a doubt. And this was back in February. And ever since then, it's just been up and up and up and up. And now the trendy pick seems to be Atlanta here, 8, taking Bijan Robinson. So is that what we still think is going to happen?
I think that if you want to get if you want a quarterback, right, that you've got young, you want to give him all the weapons and everything around him that he possibly can have. And you've got Drake London, you've got Kyle Pitts, you bring in Johnny Smith so you can go heavy 12. If you're going to be heavy 12 all season, a running back makes a ton of sense here. I mean, a ton. So I think, and that was before, I'll be honest, Tim put it through the chat. He's like, it's Bijan. And I'm like, I'll be honest, I was going to say if I didn't see that, like, yeah, I think Bijan goes right here because it's just that is the that's the fit right here for what they're looking to do this year. You get somebody like that in the backfield with Ritter, man, you can kill it.
I mean, what were the odds coming into this draft that Bijan was going to be a top 10 pick, Dan?
I don't know. I don't know what the futures are at, but
yeah, I have no idea where the futures were, but it didn't seem like
I'm not about that grind.
It didn't seem like 8 was going to be necessarily a spot for him. Referencing, we did a mock draft a couple weeks ago, and Dan took Bijan Robinson at 8 overall, and that was probably the most controversial, talked about pick of that mock draft. We could see it coming true here. We could see it coming true here.
I got ripped apart 2 weeks ago for this take, and
that it was too early. But I mean,
the chickens have come home to roost, as they say.
What does that tell you though? If the pick is Bijan Robinson, what does that tell you about the Falcons' feelings on Ritter? Does it say we really believe in this guy and that he's going to be the guy that we want to build around, or is it saying, yeah, we're going to give him another year, we're going to see how it goes, but if it doesn't work out, then we'll bring in our quarterback afterward and he'll have all of these weapons already available for us?
I don't think it says either, man.
Gotcha.
I just think that look at how the successful teams in the NFL now have built successful rosters around their quarterbacks. You know, I think that the Eagles are a picture perfect example, and they're in the same conference, right? You brought in all this talent around Jalen Hurts. You gave Jalen all the faith in the world, right? And so we're buying in. You're our guy. We're going to do this. There's all the speculation in the offseason. Everybody going, oh, they don't really like him and blah, blah. And that was never true. You know, we're buying in. You're our guy. You're our leader. He took control of that locker room. He took control of that talent, and they made something out of it. So that's what I think I see here, right? Is Ritter is another one of these high IQ guys.
Sure.
That's got a lot of the intangibles that you look for. So with that being said, I think they're going to go. They're going to go with him and building the talent around him. It doesn't say that, oh, we're not interested. We're not sure.
Sure.
Because obviously you can't be sure. But it's saying, hey, we have the faith in you that you're going to be able to do this. So we're going to give you the weapons and the tools. Now, obviously, that receiver room's not as stacked. The receiver room is going to need some help. You got the whole second round. There's going to be a ton of talent available there when you pick. All right, so you can move around with the way everybody's been moving around too. Like, it's going to be crazy. So I think they got time to get that situated. But yeah, no, I think that.
Plus, Arthur Smith can get his new Derrick Henry. You know, he can replicate the offense he was running in Tennessee if he wants to. And so the commissioner is at the podium.
And we got a trade, by the way.
And we do have a trade.
Yeah.
But,
all right. With the he's gonna make it official.
What he did when the Bears drafted Justin Fields and we had to wait through a long, long speech before we got it. We have a fan picking, so here we go.
Once they bring out other people, you know it's gonna be you're in for a little bit of a ride.
Right.
But hey, good for this kid. I don't know what he's done, but good for him.
Big brother, big sister, America. Good on
Shane.
Or Christopher. I'm not sure which one. Okay, here we go. And there it is.
All right, with the 8th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back from Texas. And now, I know John's got to run. He's got another show. He's another very busy man. So after he takes his phone call, he's probably going to
getting the sources right now.
Yeah, he's getting the deals in the trade. He's probably going to jump off right away. So I just want to say, you guys give John a follow on Twitter. He is an immense resource when it comes to the game of football, and I learned more from him than a million other people in this area. So John's in the middle of a call. He's got to jump off now, but right. Please give him a follow at Draft Vogel, and we'll be sure to have John on for another stream soon. So John, thank you for coming out, and it'll be just Tim and I now. Absolutely. So Bijan Robinson at the 8th pick. Wow.
And we should say real quick, because we were alluding to it, the Eagles have moved up from 10 to 9, and the Eagles are currently on the clock. Wow. It was a 2024 4th-round pick included. So they go from 10 to 9 and trade a 4th-round pick in 2024 to move up that 1 pick.
Right. So Bijan Robinson with the Falcons. Is this the holy grail of the spots that we wanted?
I mean, we talk about it all the time. Is best player available on your board, right? And if the Falcons looked at their board and they said, you know what, the best player that's out here right now, the talent that's on this board that we want is Bijan Robinson. I mean, we're throwing up the nerd score right here. To be clear, if you watch the nerd score reveal the other night, 82.84 is unheard of amongst the nerd scores that we've had over the last 4 years. So the highest nerd score a running back had ever received was 76 point something. This is a full 6 points higher. And this was the top 5 were all in the 76s. Bijan Robinson, according to our guys here at Dynasty Nerds, is an elite talent, a guy that doesn't come along every single year, and a guy that can change your offense completely. You have to scheme for him. You have to know where he is on the field. He's going to scare a lot of defensive coordinators in the NFC South. It's a really interesting plan, though, because, I mean, do you just continue to build out all these weapons, but you don't totally know if you have the quarterback yet? I don't know. What do you think, Dan?
So I alluded to this when John was still in the stream. I think Arthur Smith is trying to replicate some of the offense he was running in Tennessee with Derrick Henry. And I think we're going to see this Falcons team just be allergic to passing the ball. If you look where they went in offseason free agency, they made most of their moves on the defensive side of the ball. They brought in a bunch of players. They even took a flyer on Jeff Okudah, who was a former top 3 pick for the Detroit Lions. I feel like the name of the game in Atlanta this year is just going to be like old school football. Play good defense, control the clock, and win 13-10 every single game. Now, that obviously doesn't sound great for fantasy football purposes. Kyle Pitts you got to worry about. Desmond Ridder you got to worry about. Drake London you got to worry about. But if we're talking about Bijan as a prospect, just Bijan himself,
yeah,
I love this spot. I was talking to some friends this morning about Bijan. They're like, like Tyler Algier, he looked really good last year. And Cordell Patterson, when he comes back from injury, they have him. I'm like, guys, stop. Yes, Tyler Algier had a great year, but you're talking about Bijan Robinson here.
Right.
Now, Tyler's going to be a great backup. And now the Falcons know, hey, when Bijan needs a breather, or God forbid, knock on wood, he goes down with an injury, we have a serviceable backup that we spent a 5th-round pick on. But Tyler Algier should not hold you back from drafting a prospect like Bijan
exactly.
Robinson.
That's the whole key. Is you got to remember, just because there's a guy that was there that played well, that doesn't change anything. That doesn't make this some sort of impossible place for him to go. So we now have the Eagles on the clock. They move up 1 pick. So
with your Bears,
with my Bears, we get 2024 4th. Sweet, fleeced. My guess is here that the pick is going to be. I would guess this is Jalen Carter.
I would say so too. Which
they're moving up, which is twofold here, right? The Eagles, they've cleared. He's going to be fine. He's going to be a guy that can come in and do what he needs to do. But it's something we were talking about a little earlier, though. The thing with Carter that people have been a little worried about is he needs to have guys around him that can get him in that mindset to be a professional, to go in day by day, work hard, and do what he needs to do to win at the line of scrimmage all the time. So if Jalen Carter is going to a team that just barely lost the Super Bowl, that had a ferocious defense, and he joins in there and is able to have veterans around him that can keep him in check and keep him where he needs to go, I think it's easier to clear Jalen Carter if you're the Eagles than if you're the Bears, where you're looking to kind of build up a roster of leaders and guys that can play for you. If the Bears move back from 9 to 10, knowing that the Eagles are probably coming up for Carter, and all they got out of it was a 24 fourth, then they weren't picking Carter. That was not going to be their pick. That's my take on it, at least.
Carter also gets reunited with Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
And those two were a terror in the SEC 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
Terror.
Yep.
I feel so bad for whoever has to face the Eagles this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's Sean Desai is now their defensive coordinator. They have the pick is in. Sorry. Here we go.
All right, so we got the podium.
With the 9th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle out of Georgia. So there you have it. His slide drops. His slide stops. Sorry.
The drop happened.
The slide dropped. He doesn't have a slide anymore. He is now an Eagle. He joins arguably one of the 2 or 3 best NFC teams, and not even arguably, one of the best 2 or 3 NFC teams, and joins a defense that is stout and looked very good all of last year, and that's scary. That's a scary ad for a team that just went to the Super Bowl to be able to add who some believe is the most talented player in this draft. If he can stay on the right path, if he can keep motivated and keep building his profile and actually becoming a great pro, the Eagles are going to be a very, very scary team.
The rich get richer, as they like to say. I was talking before about how there's a couple teams that have, house money. They have picks that they got from trades. This one in particular was from the Chris Olave trade last year. The Saints traded up to, I think it was like a top 12 pick they traded up into to grab Chris Olave. And this pick is the result of that trade. So Howie Roseman here, house money. It's like I said, the rich get richer. That right. Eagles defensive front is going to be ridiculous. I mean, I'm already thinking ahead of time, Saquon Barkley, Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard, those guys next year, when they face the Eagles, it's going to be a matchup nightmare for fantasy football.
Yep.
Knowing that you have some combination of Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis breathing right up the middle, yep. By the time those guys get the ball handed to them to the backfield, there's going to be players on top of them. So the Eagles defense, it's man, crazy good right now. Crazy good.
Very, very scary.
And you know what the crazy thing is, Tim? They're not done. They still have pick 30, yep. Because the Dolphins.
Yeah, when you're the Super Bowl loser this year, you actually pick 30 and not 31. Everything's coming up Eagles tonight. That's pretty sweet.
Fly.
Fly Eagles fly. Yeah, if Carter is going to be on the field and playing and successful in what many think he can be, we're going to look back at that and go, man, I can't believe that the Eagles found a way to get the top prospect in the draft months after almost winning the Super Bowl. Quite the move, and moving up one pick, for a 24 fourth, not a bad move either, just to secure it and make sure they get that guy. So that puts my Chicago Bears on the clock at 10, technically still in the top 10. They move from 1 to 9 and 9 to 10, and will be selecting here in just a few minutes, unless they can find another trade back, which would be interesting. But you have to assume here now, with kind of how the board has played out, who's left out there, the big names in the defense of Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson are all off the board. You have Devin Witherspoon is off the board. So Christian Gonzalez is probably the only guy really that was seen as a top 10-ish talent. for this draft that's still on the board here as the corner. So my assumption is, unless they have fallen in love with Christian Gonzalez, that the move here is probably to build up the offensive line. We could see a stunning pick. We could see a Jackson Smith and Jigba or something, just go all out and go, yeah, we're going to just have awesome wide receivers after having a terrible wide receiver core. But feeling for me is they are probably going to go with an offensive lineman here. And you would think with Paris Johnson being the only one off the board that there's about 2 or 3 guys that it could be here. It could be Broderick Jones. It could be Peter Skoronski, the Northwestern product, or it could be Darnell Wright from Tennessee. So we'll see here in a minute. I'm trying not to get spoiled because I like finding out my team's pick as it happens. That's a dorky thing probably. If I had to take a pick myself, I think if it is going to be those offensive guys, the tackles, it's either going to be Skoronski or Darnell Wright. And my gut's been saying Darnell Wright for a while. He's been moving up boards big time. He's been rumored that the Bears love him. And he also is a right tackle. He's the best right tackle in this class. And the Bears' hole right now is right tackle. They drafted a 5th round tackle last year who is going to stay there, you would assume, because why would you want to be moving everything around? Why would you want to be putting guys that are, going into their second year into a new position? They still have Tevin Jenkins, who's a young guard, who has moved into guard. Pick is in. So my guess is Darnell Wright, but I don't know what the pick is. But it could be a stunner. It could be like Jackson Smith and Jigba or Jahmyr Gibbs. Just get crazy, right?
I know what it is, but I'm going to let you live this moment. This is your team.
Is this the pick that changes everything, Dan?
I think so.
Is this finally the one? I got to tell you, it's been a lot of years being a Bears fan of being very disappointed by first picks, and I hope that they have a star in the making coming up here.
I don't think you'll be disappointed in the selection.
There we go. With the 10th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. Sorry, I stole your slot. The Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle from Tennessee. I'm excited, man. That's a really quality pick. I'm excited about that.
That's good. That's good for you guys.
Absolutely. He's a guy that is played in the SEC, has played tough competition and played extremely well. Is a pure right tackle and a guy that a position of need for the Bears. So you're combining quality of player with position of need. And it's Justin Fields was on the move, on the run, sometimes because, the play called for it, but he was running for his life way too often last year. The Bears went out and they grabbed themselves a guard in free agency. They have now drafted with a top 10 pick, Darnell Wright. They have a good young core there now in the line that you can hope to build around. And they turned the first pick overall into a hopefully starting right tackle who can hopefully be a cornerstone, a starting wide receiver in DJ Moore, as well as a first round pick next year and a second round pick in 2025. I'm happy. I'm excited.
Yeah, those are all great moves. And I know, like, in the fantasy football space, offensive linemen, get kind of overlooked and swept under the rug. But, like, as a Browns fan, I remember when we drafted Jedrick Wills back in 2020. I was over the moon ecstatic. I was like, I can't wait to see that guy out there. Right. So I know the feeling. Getting an offensive lineman is a big deal. But we're actually going to switch real fast to the Tennessee Titans, who are on the clock.
Yeah,
and
pick is in.
Pick is in already. Yeah, they took no time whatsoever.
I mean,
to make this pick.
Is this the end of another slide? Do we see the fourth quarterback go off the board?
I mean, Tennessee was very highly into the quarterback market from everything I've saw today, whether it was trading up to 3, trading up to 6, what have you. And now they can sit here and they have one of them, falling in their laps. Yes, Scott Johnson thinks maybe it's Will Levi's,
I
the
hate
Gene
the
ambassador.
autocorrect. I hate the autocorrect. It kills me every time.
I get it.
I'm sorry, Scott. That's happened to me 1,000 times, and it drives me crazy. Everyone knows who you're talking about, but it still drives me crazy.
Will Levis, the mayonnaise man, the banana bandit, whatever nicknames you want to give to him. But yeah, so everything I've heard is surrounding the quarterback position with Tennessee, whether it's Ryan Tannehill might be available for trade, whether it's the Titans are trying to move up. But this is one of those teams where it's weird. Because remember I said at the beginning of the stream that, you can put teams in buckets of ascending teams, descending teams, teams that are just like, status quo. And I feel like the Titans are a team that needs to just hit the reset button.
Yeah.
I think they overachieved. What was that, 2019? They were the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yes.
And then they got like the
they were the number 1 seed 2 years ago. They were 2 years ago. Yeah, 2021.
Yeah, and they lost in their first playoff game.
The Bengals, yes.
And I feel like obviously they fired their general manager this past year. They brought in a new front office.
Yep.
So it's going to be, it's who's down there? You got Mike Vrabel still there, but Rand Carthon is the new general manager down there. So like, what is his view on the roster? I think the roster needs a hard reset. I think he took a swing on Malik Willis, or that wasn't him. Never mind. That was the old GM. So yeah, he hasn't made any moves, but I think the roster needs a hard reset. The Malik Willis experiment didn't work out at all whatsoever. So I don't know if plugging a quarterback onto this roster is that kind of reset that this team needs. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it'd be a weird point to bring that quarterback in if you are trying to do that reset, because usually you got to have that year where you're kind of breaking it down before you're building it back up. I mean, the thing about the Titans that's going to be very interesting here is if they are trying to reset, if they are trying to break this down, do we see guys like Derrick Henry getting moved in this offseason? They brought in, their one free agent addition that we have listed here. They brought in Chris Moore, who's not,
from the Texans
or anything. Exactly. Yeah. So it's interesting. I mean, where do they stand on Tannehill and Willis? Are they in any way, shape, or form wanting to see how that plays out, or are they saying we need to start figuring out that next QB? If Levis isn't that QB, then he's not that QB, so it's not going to matter. But I agree with you. I think you probably do have to look at starting to reset. And there's ways that you can do that. There's building blocks you can bring in and start to build up. The one thing about Tennessee is just like, I have a hard time counting them out right now of anything, just because the last few years, it was like, I was like, this is the year the Titans are going to, finally kind of start to collapse. This is the year the Titans are going to actually, start to collapse. And with however many injuries they had, they were like one of the most injured franchises over the last few years. Mike Vrabel just gets those guys ready to play. He has them ready to go, ready to rock every single Sunday or Monday or Thursday. But I think there are ways that they can start to kind of shift gears as a franchise, start bringing in some pieces to build upon. And I'm hoping with this pick that it is one of those pieces, but I wouldn't be overly stunned if it ended up being, something like Levis if they coveted him, but I don't know if they covet him. That's the question here.
And then JSN is another name that I've heard a lot of connections to Tennessee. They got Treylon Burks there. They got Kyle Phillips, Chiga Klonkwu. Julio Jones didn't work out. He eventually wound up on the Buccaneers last year. But
right.
It's kind of like the Cardinals, where we talked about the Cardinals earlier, that the roster is kind of so depleted that you can go in any direction. And I think the only reason Tennessee is picking at 11 versus picking at 3 is because Mike Vrabel is such a good head coach. Like, honestly, to me, I put him in like that Mike Tomlin tier right now, where it doesn't matter how bad his roster is. He's going to pull that team to 8 or 9 wins every single season.
Yeah.
So I would love to see him get some talent, because I know he was very frustrated with the last general manager.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I'm going to let you take this announcement, since I rudely stole the Bears announcement.
No. You get all the Bears picks. I get all the Browns picks. That's the way this one works. So we got
late tomorrow.
And now we have, with the 11th overall pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, The Tennessee Titans take Peter Skoronski, tackle out of Northwestern.
Okay, so there it is. We have 2 tackles in a row. That's 3 tackles in the last 6 picks. Peter Skoronski out of Northwestern, who has been touted by many as the most NFL-ready, purest offensive lineman in this class. The one catch.
I like that you said offensive lineman.
Because the one catch about him is that his arms are historically short for a tackle. He would be a pure outlier if he was to be successful at the tackle position at the NFL. He had a teammate a couple of years ago who was drafted by the Los Angeles Chargers in Rashawn Slater, who everyone said in that draft, arms are pretty short. I don't know if this is going to work at the next level. And his arms are actually a little longer than Peter Skoronski's. Skoronski would be a complete outlier if he was to be successful as a tackle. So the thought from many is the likelihood is he'll end up moving into guard eventually at the NFL level. But they also say that he could turn out to be a Pro Bowl elite guard for his entire career. So maybe guard isn't a position that you would be going, hey, 11 overall in a draft, I should be taking a guy that can be a guard. But if that guy becomes a Pro Bowler every single year for you, it's not a terrible option for you to rebuild your team. If this is a reset that we're talking about, Dan, this is a pick that is kind of interesting for doing so.
Yeah, and I think the positional flexibility is a worked-in value add with a prospect like Skoronski. We could talk about that in another prospect that will come up tonight, Brian Branch out of Alabama, who is classified as a safety, but is versatile enough where he can play, slot corner or even just outside corner if you needed him to. And that gives both the coaching staff and the front office the flexibility to approach future free agencies and future drafts, knowing like, hey, I got this, call him a joker card, basically, where he can do multiple things along my offensive line and he can do them well. So if you look at Tennessee's offensive line, there's 5 holes. So Skoronski can slide into any spot. To be honest with you, they might just be like, hey, Pete, where do you want to play year one? Because you're better than all 5 of these guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad spot if that's your move. If your move is we're going to retool and the Lions selection is up. Holy cow.
I got that in fast.
All right. Whoa. Okay.
Spice.
Go for it, Dan. This pick 12. This is yours.
All right, so with the 12th overall pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions take Jahmyr Gibbs, running back from the University of Alabama. Holy smokes, we have ourselves a draft.
We got a draft going on, everybody. Hey, DeAndre Swift owners out there.
Bye-bye.
How are you feeling? Because the Lions have taken, with the 12th pick overall, Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama, who joins a backfield with not only DeAndre Swift, but the recently signed David Montgomery, a crowded backfield in Detroit. But apparently, Jahmyr Gibbs is a kneecap biter is the only way we can describe this. What an interesting pick here. Just Josh saying why. We have several just woes and wows in our chat here. This is definitely the shocker of picks early on in this draft. Gibbs was seen for a long time by many that he was going to probably be an early second round pick. Recently started being talked about as a late first round pick, and he is all the way up to pick 12 in this draft. Dan, what do you think?
This is insane. Think about this. 2 weeks ago, if you said there's a running back taken at 12, you'd be like, all right, so Bijan win 12. That's very hot takey. I don't think that's going to happen. No, this is the second running back of the draft, and it's Jahmyr Gibbs going at 12 after Bijan goes at 8. And oh my Lord.
Yeah. And a couple days ago, it would have been pick 12 would have been the Texans taking Bijan Robinson at 12. We've seen pick 12 go from go from being the Texans to the Cardinals to the Lions selecting Jahmyr Gibbs. Wow, what?
I can't keep track of it anymore. We're like Justin said, we're fully off the rails at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. Zach saying free Swift. He wants him out of Detroit. Move him to another team that wants to value what he can do on the field. Steve, wasn't Gibbs comped to Swift? In a lot of ways, yes. Similar profiles. Very interesting. What did Swift do to that owner from Sedated Fork? A very good question. It is interesting because Swift was a guy about a year ago that I started to cool on quite a bit, because the thing about Swift that has worried me for a while is it was always what he can become, what he's going to become. And after a while, you have to go, when is that happening? When is he becoming that? When is he going to be the guy that we were all promised? Well, apparently at this point, Detroit doesn't think that is coming.
On his next team.
On his next team is the best option.
Is the answer, I guess.
Absolutely. What a wild change up here. Not change up, but curveball, I guess, in this draft. The Lions, who will be picking again and only a couple of picks here at 18. They decide 12 was the point that they needed to go get Jahmyr Gibbs, that he wouldn't last probably 6 more picks to 18, and they needed to get their guy now.
All right. Well, the Packers have already picked, but before that starts, we should bring in our very next guest. Remember, guys, we have a full line of guests all night long. It's just not Tim and I reacting with oohs and ahs. We have joining us Mike Valeri. He is from Campus to Canton. He is somebody I met down the Senior Bowl. Really cool guy, big into the Debian fantasy space. Mike, welcome to our stream. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me. I just got to say, it's Mike Valerie, just like the girl's name. Don't want to
Valerie, okay,
my family line like that. No, it's all good. It's all good. This pick was just mind-blowing to me. I mean, I don't know what you guys thought. I really do like Gibbs, who's my RB2. I think everybody's RB2, but I thought it was more of a top 40 selection, not a top 20. I mean, this is insane.
Yeah. A lot of the rumors I was hearing today was saying Chargers for Gibbs, later on in the first round. I don't think anybody even thought he'd be off the board by this point, because we were just saying, you told me a running back was going 12. I'd be like, all right, Bijan's going at 12. That makes a lot of sense. But to get Bijan at 8 and then Gibbs at 12, it's crazy. It's crazy. And now, obviously, the first thing you got to think about is, your rookie drafts. How does that play out? Obviously Bijan stays 1, Gibbs stays 2, but how close are they? And also, where would a player like JSN slide in? Because we haven't seen JSN go yet. We don't know where he's going to wind up. He's my wide receiver 1. I know it's Tim's wide receiver 1. Mm-hmm. Mike, is JSN your wide receiver 1?
He is my wide receiver 1 too.
Okay, so we're in agreement. We're it's a good room. It's a good stream. We don't have to kick you out.
I've been doing grading now for 3 years. He is my wide receiver 1 the last 3 years as well. So
wow,
I do have him up pretty high. I don't feel comfortable really honestly putting my stamp of approval like that, but I do believe in that tier. He will be a wide receiver 1, I think, by year 2. Absolutely.
Sure. Interesting question from T. Norville. So does this hurt Gibbs? I think this makes me lean more JSN now, possibly. So from a fantasy perspective, does this hurt the Gibbs stock a little bit? Is JSN? Well, we haven't seen JSN's landing spot yet, but does this make JSN that definite number 2 guy in a 1 QB league, Dan?
So I know what this person's saying already. You got to be worried about Gibbs in the backfield with David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift and all those players, right. But they just spent a first-round pick on him. He's going to see the field and he's going to be the guy. This will obviously be a debate we're going to have for the next month about, how that falls down.
Real quick. Sorry. We got the Packers picking with the 13th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness, edge from Iowa. Okay.
Wow.
Defense Packers.
That's a little higher than I actually expected as well. Mike, what do you think about that pick?
Yeah, a little bit high there. He wasn't even really a starter for them for the most of the season, although he was putting up starter stats, which is just amazing in itself. I wish I could directly quote what his athletic testing was. I did like him. I liked him more in the back of the first. I think I saw the Patriots get mocked for him a lot. But yeah, this was a bit of a reach for me. But I do consider Green Bay a rebuilding team personally. So I do like to see them rebuild from the trenches. So I can approve of the strategy. Sure. I don't know about the execution at the moment.
Sure. But at least we can say it wasn't just they hated Aaron Rodgers and that's why they didn't want to draft wide receivers in the first round, right, guys?
Right. They stuck true to their process, which you got to give them credits for. But yeah, I agree with Mike. Green Bay is in a very interesting state right now because we haven't seen a lot of Jordan Love. I'm sure they've seen a lot of Jordan Love at practice and whatnot, but you know, what kind of product are we going to get out of Green Bay when it comes to the passing attack this year? You know, Rodgers last year didn't look like the Hall of Famer he's going to wind up being. So is Jordan Love a downgrade, an upgrade, you know, a sidestep? Like, what do you guys think? Like, is Jordan Love going to improve the quarterback situation there, or are we just going to have another kind of disaster in our hands?
I personally think it's gonna be a disaster. I really do. I'm not. It's been multiple years there. He wasn't even a first round grade for me coming out. That was a pretty big reach initially. So I think they're gonna struggle here, and they really benefited off of Aaron Rodgers' ability to throw deep to Christian Watson.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a huge part of what was a really rough year for Rodgers last year. Was the only thing really going for them was that connection that he ended up getting with Christian Watson later on, which almost got them into the playoffs. But Dan, I think you have some news to break.
Yeah, I don't want to kill the Jordan Love, you know, sadness here, but the Steelers are moving up. The Steelers are moving up to the 14th pick. They traded with the Patriots. I don't have trade compensation in front of me, but I have to imagine they're coming up for a tackle. Are you guys in agreement with that, or is there some other name sticking out on the board that you think is in play for Pittsburgh here?
I would, yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
I think you nailed it. Yeah, I think it's got to be Broderick Jones here from Georgia. And the compensation was they get the 17th pick and the 120th, so early fourth rounder is the compensation here. But yeah, I think you nailed it here. It's got to be one of the tackles here. I think this is a very defined tier break here for the tackles as well.
Agreed.
So, and you know, the Patriots always be taking offensive linemen in the first round, so they didn't want to wait.
So just to reset the tackle position, we've seen Paris Johnson go at 6 to Arizona. We've seen Darnell Wright go at 10 to Chicago, and we've seen Peter Skoronski go 11 to Tennessee. So that's 3 tackles off the board. And then you have to look at, you have the New York Jets coming up, and a lot of talk around the Jets camp has been offensive line to jumpstart this Aaron Rodgers project this season. So moving up to get in front of the Jets is a huge move for the Steelers. And I've heard a lot of people in Pittsburgh media, the mantra for this offseason is to build the picket fence and to put a fence in front of Kenny Pickett. And I think that's what we're going to see here with this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think seeing them move ahead of the Jets here is kind of the big signifier that you feel like this has to be offensive tackle. The Jets do want to protect Rodgers, their new expensive asset, who's 39 years old, and the Steelers moving up and doing something. I think if this is, you know, Broderick Jones, you know, if that's the pick, that getting one of the last, probably the last really truly top of the first round worthy tackles. This is a great move for them because that line was so bad last year. You don't even know what their offense was. We had no idea what the Steelers even could be based on how bad that offensive line was last year. So smart move. That's what this is.
Yeah, absolutely. That line has been weak for a while now. It was kind of weak even when they got Najee back in the day. So we talked about that rebuild with Green Bay. It's been amazing what they've been able to do so far with the pieces they've had. So I do love the coach. Like, I trust Mike Tomlin, what he does over there. So I like this pick. I will maybe like this pick. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're all assuming.
You brought up a good point, Mike. Because remember when Najee was selected, like people were like, oh, like the running back will help improve the run game, and all of us in like, you know, like in the analysis space were like, no, you need to improve the run game by improving your line. Like a running back in the first round is not going to improve the team's yards per carry very much. So, and then, yeah, since that pick, we haven't seen much investment in the offensive line out of Pittsburgh at all. Commissioner is on the podium, and we have, with the 14th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, tackle from the University of Georgia.
There you go.
Like we were just saying, kind of like the last of the big starting tackles on the board. This is a kid who played in the SEC against Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, like a lot of these big edge defenders that are going in the first round as well. So moving up, getting in front of the Jets, getting a tackle, building the picket fence. I love this move for Pittsburgh. What do you guys think?
I do love this move a lot. I know we're talking about this from the Pickett standpoint, but from the Najee Harris standpoint too, he does get the volume. It's just been very inefficient.
Yeah.
So hopefully this could help in that direction. But yeah, so I do love this move.
No, I completely agree. I think that's a very good point too. Is Najee was a guy, that first year, his rookie year, he had an enormous year, and we saw those numbers go down. Totals go down big time, but like Mike said, even just from an efficiency standpoint, he hasn't been able to fully break out, and he is a talent. Like, I mean, we know he has talent there, and so you need to do something to unleash that if that's going to be a running back that's going to help you win games as we move on. It is interesting too. I'm looking over the big board right now, and you have Broderick Jones and Jalen Carter, both Georgia players, Bryce Young, Will Anderson, Jahmyr Gibbs, 3 Alabama players. So Alabama, Georgia, kind of the kings of the SEC, 5 total players picked in the top 14 of this draft. So the big time, I guess you'd call it the minor leagues of the NFL and the SEC continues to keep pushing out top tier talent that we see in this draft. That's coveted by a lot of these GMs. Yeah,
the SEC runs the league. They are the feeder system for the NFL at this point, because spoiler alert, they're not done. There's more Georgia players. Right. There's more Alabama players coming. And like one thing that I feel like people don't talk about a lot is like when you're playing against that high level competition, it just makes you better. It's like the level of talent that you play in college is a huge part of projecting a player to the next level. And like I was saying, when you see a tackle like a Broderick Jones who's playing against first round caliber defenders, it gives you like a lot of confidence that he's going to be able to replicate that at the very next level, which, we'll see in Pittsburgh. He's going to be going against, Myles Garrett on the Browns that he's going to be facing. He's got, what's his name on the Bengals? Trey Henderson on the Bengals. Yep. So he's going to be tested early and often in the AFC North.
Yeah, I love that point about playing against high level competition too. I had a coach in college tell me that there's no better coach in the game than the game itself, and it's just true. Getting the actual experience and playing with guys that are already NFL caliber players, even at practice too, because Georgia's playing against themselves over there. Like it's great. It's great practice.
So, Mike, you're jumping on obviously a little later into the first round. I'm sure you saw all the earlier picks. Was there anything that surprised you in that top 10-ish picks? The quarterbacks that went, the Houston move up to get Will Anderson. Anything in particular that stood out to you early on?
The biggest surprise to me was kind of Bijan at 8. I have been a known Tyler Algier fan. I thought he was serviceable, and I thought it was more of a luxury pick for a team that has more needs elsewhere.
Sure.
Not that we don't love Bijan. He's going to be killing it there. Arthur's a fantastic coach. I have no doubt he knows what he's doing. I just thought that they might have been satisfied with what they already got last year. Maybe they add another piece, but nothing that early. So they've taken Pitts at 4, Bijan at 8. Drake London. Yeah. So for a team that needs a lot of help in the non-ticket selling positions, I thought they would probably go there. So
3 straight drafts to be taking offensive weapons in the top 10. That's pretty wild. Yeah, absolutely. But it is, you mentioned Arthur Smith. It is interesting, a guy who came from Tennessee that rode Derrick Henry hard. That said, we're just gonna be a powerhouse football team. Maybe that's the idea with Bijan a little bit. Build your quarterback up slowly and have a really hardcore running game there. So definitely interesting. So now the Jets are on the clock. They showed a shot of their war room, and it didn't look like they were all thrilled. So I mean, maybe they're just trying to work things or figuring things out, but I could imagine that a room that thought maybe one of the 4 offensive tackles was still going to be available to them at 15 says we should have pushed to not have the 13-15 flip in that Aaron Rodgers one day.
That comes back to bite them. Wow,
Right.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, so like if the Jets are looking to tackle like the next couple that you have on the board, you have Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma. You got DeJuan Jones, the Ohio State right tackle, who is a huge mammoth of a man. But after that, there's a tier break. You know, you got Cody Maw out of North Dakota State, who is a very weird prospect. He actually started as a tight end, North Dakota State, and he put on like 60 to 70 pounds after his freshman year and converted to offensive lineman. And I think he played almost every position along the offensive line. I know he played tackle and guard, and I'm pretty sure at the Senior Bowl, Mike and I saw him taking snaps at center. And then you got the kid from Syracuse we were talking about before, Matthew Bergeron. But out of all those guys, I've really only seen Anton Harris in the first round. I've seen DeJuan Jones sneak into the back end of the first round. I had him mocked to the Chiefs, but that was at 31, and we're sitting here at 15. So the tackle class seems pretty well picked over, you know. And I got to say, Jets War Room, the monitor game is they got the one guy in the middle got 4 monitors. I need to Tim.
Yeah.
Tim, next year we need to upgrade our
heard
setups.
of a curved monitor? I'm just from an IT guy standpoint, I'm just going to sit here and mock the setup here. Yeah, no.
He went to the
monitors
IT
would be
team.
sweet.
They're like, how many monitors do you need for the War Room? They're like, yes.
Yes, until the table's full.
Yeah, it's a lot of skill positions left now. We haven't seen a single wide receiver off the board here. I think this is a little bit too early for those tackles. Yeah, or tight end. So I don't know, dude. Christian Gonzalez is still there. You guys think maybe they double tap CB and just lock it down?
Could you imagine the Sauce Gardner, Christian Gonzalez DBs? I mean, that would be pretty exciting to see. Pick is in, looks like. So they do make a pick. They're not trading back. They're staying at 15. So that means Washington will be on the clock after them here. But I mean, there's any number of ways they could go with this. It could just be who they had on the top of their board. Is JSN a possibility here? You know, that's Justin brings it up on here. Do they say we're going to have Garrett Wilson and JSN, and we're going to go all Ohio State receivers? And but then that's a pretty crowded room with Corey Davis, Garrett Wilson, JSN, Alan Lazard, McCole Hardman. I don't know. It's interesting. But it looks like, I believe the commissioner's coming out. Maybe not. This is so much harder on mute. But I do think that that's at least interesting. But I just don't know if that's, again, the best way to go about using your draft capital here.
I mean, one thing also, we talked about Darnell Washington earlier.
Sure.
Do the Jets take somebody like a Darnell Washington here as a tackle tight end hybrid? I mean, that's a little bit of spiciness, but we've seen some crazy things tonight. So
is it as spicy as Jahmyr Gibbs at 12? That's like, I mean, that almost seems like more in the realm of possibility than what we've already seen happen.
I don't think my mind has finished processing that yet.
yeah, exactly. I'm still just
my mind's still working on the Texans picking back-to-back in the top 3.
I don't know what the pick is, but it's hard for me to imagine anybody not being a reach here for me at this point for them. Like just for what team needs are.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the way the board kind of fell, this is a tough spot for them to have been in. Again, maybe they should have just really stuck out and said, like, we are not doing the flip. We're giving you a first rounder essentially next year and a second rounder this year for Aaron Rodgers, for a 39-year-old quarterback. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, the pick is in for me.
Okay.
Do you guys want me to announce it?
We'll let you announce it when the commissioner comes out. So I'll give you the cue to make the announcement, but we're waiting to be live with the TV, so we're not.
We even got the sounds, the chimes.
Yeah, we'll give you the chime, the build up. You'll be the commissioner. As soon as they stop showing me just shots of
the water
same building. Okay, here we go. So they're walking out now. There's a kid with him though, so I think we got an intro and
got a
a
speech.
speech. Yeah.
So another story.
I hope he pops out and says we need more recess time. Just goes into the reasons why.
So real quick before this pick gets in, Will Levis is still on the board, and I feel like the Jets would have been easy trade out targets right here, which says to me nobody's trading up for Will Levis.
No, I feel very strongly about this. I know the flag in the background says UK. And Will Levis is not a first round talent. I've been saying that since for the longest time. I understand the arm talent is there. He does have a cannon for arm, but I think he's a terrible processor. He's terrible at pressure. He has zero pocket awareness. His touch is pretty off too. The arm talent is appealing, but he's a project, and I don't think like a major project. And I don't think that team should. If GMs want to keep their job, I don't think they should take him in the first. They should take him fourth, the second, the third. It's a multi-year project.
I mean, is he a late first just so you can keep that fifth year option?
I don't know.
Wow.
But there might be somebody. I mean, if Jordan Love went in the fourth, I definitely
All right, Mike, we're gonna hit that chime, and then you can make the call.
The overall pick, the Jets select Will McDonald from Iowa.
Wow. Okay, so they go edge a lot earlier than I think most people had this guy pegged. What do you think, Mike?
Same. He's a bit undersized, which, I think physicality is still one of the major traits at the NFL level. A little bit less so. Like athleticism is a little bit more in the collegiate level, but I'm going to trust the coach. The coach is a defensive-minded coach. I'm going to trust his decision-making on this one.
Yeah.
But I hate it. But I'm not a Jets fan. I'm a Patriots fan, actually. So I'm okay with it.
Yes.
Okay.
You're like, perfect.
Yeah,
like, if we're not getting a tackle, you're not getting a good edge defender. It evens out.
I've seen McDonald being mocked anywhere from late first to late second. So, I mean, this feels very, very early. I guess if you feel like he is a guy that can be a difference maker, then you go and you get your guy. But I mean, I'm looking at let's see, Dane Brugler's Beast rankings here. He's got him as his eighth overall edge rusher, and as a second round grade. So we have 4 guys above him on his board that are still out there. Feels a little early, but Robert Saleh, however you're supposed to say it, maybe he sees something in him as a defensive minded guy. I don't know.
He's fast, by the way. Like he's quick to get around the edge. It's just power is not his game. So I'm sure. Man, I wish I knew all the offensive tackles off the top of my head. But if it's all like power guys, he's gonna struggle. He's gonna struggle with that in the conference play. And
Justin brings up a good point. McDonald's almost 24. He's going to be 24 before the season starts next year. So he is one of the older rookies in this class as well. So a very interesting pick. I guess they just like 39-year-old quarterbacks and 24-year-old rookies. That's the Jets' new way. I shouldn't be talking as a Bears fan that saw Velus Jones get drafted last year, but okay, so that puts Washington up on the clock now. Commanders, kind of interesting spot to be in now. We were just told by Mike that Levis is not a guy here that you should be taking in the first round, but I mean, are they Sam Howell and Jacoby Brissett believers? Is Levis a guy at this point that maybe you take a stab at?
Yeah, okay, maybe. I mean, I wasn't a Sam Howell believer either.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So,
we're just going to name all the quarterbacks Mike doesn't like on the stream.
Yeah, it's nice.
Don't worry, we'll talk about Baker Mayfield and Tampa's pick.
No, yeah. But I would like to see some defensive talent here. Christian Gonzalez is still on the board.
Gonzalez is still on the board.
Mind blowing here. But no, yeah. So they have a lot of offensive talent. Eric Bieniemy comes in. I think he can work some magic more than we think he probably can with Sam Howell. But I would like to see them up that defense. Last year, they took a Kentucky player. They took Jamin Davis, who was really athletic, but it's only year one, but so far it looks like it's not working out. So I do think they still need to dig into that defensive well.
Yeah, Sedated Fork asks in the chat, tight end here, possibility. I mean, you got Logan Thomas, John Bates, Cole Turner. So You don't really have a tight end. I mean, Logan Thomas had a couple good years, been very injured the last few years. We still have Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer. You have Darnell Washington. You have Luke Musgrave. I think he's probably going to be more later. But I mean, anything to that, Mike? Any thought to the possibility of possibly grabbing a tight end and getting the entire roster, at least from the offensive perspective, figured out?
I would be blown away if
Okay.
a tight end gets taken before JSN. I really would. But no, I don't. Logan Diggs is still there for one more year. John Bates is serviceable, and he's definitely a good blocking tight end too.
Sure.
From Boise. It would be a luxury pick here. I would be kind of surprised if they went offensive skill talent here.
Yeah. They could go JSN and just have Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin, and they're the Ohio State.
The trio, yeah.
Yeah. So I got to ask, do we have any reason why we think Christian Gonzalez is falling?
Me and the NFL draft team lead, Barnabas Lee, we thought Christian Gonzalez declared his hips early, as he kind of gave away his positioning early, and then would just use his athleticism to catch up to wide receivers, which he could get away with in Pac-12. I think the wires are generally soft, with the exception of Drake London. Most of those guys are not physically. They're not trying to get physical. They're just not. So we thought that he got away with that quite a bit. We have talked to Dane Brugler in person about that. He thought that was more of how they were coached, because the DB coach there came actually from Georgia. Georgia prospects do the same thing. But that was our one negative mark against Christian Gonzalez.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it does feel like that is a negative mark for sure, but it does feel like this is now at 16. We're getting to a point where a talent like his is kind of interesting, especially for a team like Washington. This is a team that committed to drafting a lot of defensive linemen in the first round of recent memory, and just recently said that they're not going to pick up the fifth-year option on probably the most known name of that group of linemen that they were selecting. But getting themselves a defensive back like Gonzalez could be a huge pickup for them. And Ron Rivera, who's a defensive-minded guy, he just brought in a new assistant coach / offensive coordinator in Eric Bieniemy to take over the offensive side. But maybe this is where Gonzalez finally goes. I don't know.
I got to say the depth right now, I feel like, is at corner with all these picks, because you got Deontay Banks, Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr. Like this is a really good area of the draft if you need a defensive back. Because then there's also the wild card, which is Brian Branch, which I was talking about, is like a multi, versatile player. But the commissioner is at the podium, so we're about to have our selection.
Okay, so with the 16th. Oh, this is you, Dan. Sorry.
With the 16th overall pick in the 2023 NFL draft, the Washington Commanders take Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi.
Wow. Interesting. So they don't go with the guy who has the big size in Christian Gonzalez, and they go with one of the smallest guys in the entire draft, the 166-pound Emmanuel Forbes. Pretty interesting, Mike. Do you have any take with Forbes? Anything that you've seen in his tape that you would see him being a talent that should go above Christian Gonzalez here in this draft?
No, dude, he's tiny, and I know he's got like 6 pick sixes.
Right.
They've been against pretty terrible QBs in my opinion, or raw QBs as well. This year it was against I don't know the school name. I want to say it's Eastern Tennessee State University, but ETSU. Yep. Then against Will Levis, go figure. And then Texas A&M, which had Connor Wegman at the time. I mean, freshman. You can't really be blaming freshmen for making those type of mistakes. So this is amazing to me. We saw Asante Samuel last year go early. I don't know his size off the top of my head, but I know he was being booked as being small. But he went He went the second, right? Like it kind of.
Yeah. He was a second rounder, I believe. But I mean, the talk with Forbes leading up to this draft, the only thing I ever heard was he's got talent. He is so small, and if anybody's going to take him, this draft is the draft of outliers, right? Like this is the small quarterbacks, the small defensive tackles with Cansey, the small cornerbacks with a guy like Forbes. But I mean, the 16th pick overall, the second corner taken with with guys, not only just with Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr. is still out there as a defensive back for you as well. Very, very interesting pick here. Wow. And it becomes interesting. Wow, the Patriots are up and selecting like instantly. So they must.
I'm a Patriots fan, so break it down to me easy. Let me down easy, please. I always have low expectations for us in the first, second, and third round, and then the day 3 we make our money. But I'm pretty scared.
Okay, well, I can tell you, with the 17th pick overall in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, cornerback from the University of Oregon. So,
Mike, let's go.
In Bill, we trust.
In Bill, you
let's
trust.
Go, Mike.
I mean, so you got the trade back from 14 to 17 to let the Steelers come up and get Broderick Jones, and the two teams between that pick where you fell back took Will McDonald and Emmanuel Forbes, and still sitting there for you at 17 is Christian Gonzalez, who some have as the top corner in this draft, some have as even like a top 5 or 6 talent in this draft. Real big pick here. Wow. What do you think, Mike? I mean, this has got to feel good, I think.
This is huge for me. I want to thank God, my mom. No, this is huge. Last year, our top 2. Well, we took 2 freshman corners last year. Excuse me, freshmen. I'm talking about campus scan here. 2 rookie corners last year was Jack Jones out of Arizona State, who was a former 5-star from USC. Very, very roller coaster Houston. Anyway, and then the corner from Houston. Both of them were actually pretty good. Everyone talks about Sauce Gardner being the CB1 for freshmen, from rookies. And I believe the CB2 actually was Jack Jones too from the Patriots. So the Patriots do develop pretty good corners that don't come from Florida, but they do develop really good corners. So I like this pick a lot. It's a positional. It's a position that's improving for us from last year and going to this year too. So I'm very excited about our secondary. I'm just happy that our defense is getting a boost here.
That just feels like great value. I mean, again, like the fact that you trade back from 14, go to 17, pick up a pick, and you get yourself a guy who some had projected in the top 10 of this draft. I mean, some said he might go top 6, top 7 in this draft, and you're getting him at 17. I mean, a guy like Gonzalez is not a guy that you would typically think would have gotten to you, at least in this draft, at 17. So that's, again, you can say in Bill you trust, but this is also just a wow. I mean, what a way for the slide to end to a place like New England.
No, great pick there. I really do. At this point, obviously we're just barely halfway through the NFL draft, but does this feel like the best value so far? Just so far.
I would say it's
easily, because when we were doing the earlier picks, Gonzalez at 7 was like my prediction, my mock. Like the thing I was hearing the most was, Witherspoon at 5 or 6, Gonzalez at 7. So, like Tim said, like trade down, you acquire more draft capital, you get him at 17. Like it's a win-win, Bill keeps playing chess while everyone else just keeps playing checkers.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
Well, let's hold the phone. I didn't forget last year's second round pick. Okay, he'd be playing.
that was the dog. He left the dog on the laptop again.
Nike got it.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to bring this up real quick. So just Dan in his mock draft had Christian Gonzalez as a pick at 10 for the Eagles.
CB2.
And I had him as well as 10 to the Eagles. So
also CB2.
So we're seeing 7 picks higher than we both expected, but also just, I mean, value all over the only other pick that really comes up that you could think if that could be the highest value here would only be if everything works out with Jalen Carter being a pick at 9. If he's supposed to be, this guy that is going to change the Eagles' interior of their line and be a every year Pro Bowler, then getting a guy like that at 9 who was projected to possibly be the best player in this draft, that could be of value. But right now, I would say Christian Gonzalez is probably the best value in this draft thus far.
What's funny, Tim, is we pull up this graphic, like our final mock drafts.
Yeah.
Just look at the draft order. and how different it is from just 2 hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, honestly, like when we get off the stream, I'm gonna have to like go back and look at everything to just like process how many moves were made.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 14 and 17 are all different.
And 13 and 15 were different as of Monday.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And I know we're talking about who's got the best value right now, but I can't wait till the Chargers get JSN here. I'm just saying.
Man, that's actually a really, really good point. I mean, if he continues to fall down here, and the Chargers, who everybody was kind of saying, is Zay Flowers a little too early at 21? Is Jordan Addison their guy there? If he can fall all the way to them, that's a home run for Los Angeles. Seem like the pick is in. We're currently a commercial on the NFL.
I was gonna say it's gonna take a little while for that to come out. So in the meantime, Mike, while we have you here, let me ask you: has anything happened so far in the draft to change your rookie rankings when it comes to Dynasty fantasy football?
I think. Okay, so I actually, as of like 2 weeks ago, I really thought hard about it. I thought JSN was going to be above Gibbs for me once rookie draft comes around across all formats. He was just going to be the number 2 guy out, depending on where you have quarterbacks, but he's going to be my number 2 guy in front of Gibbs. So that's going to make me think this over with how early Gibbs went. I mean, that he's got to be in line for use. There's only 2 busts I can think of in the top of my head the last 10 years in the first round has been Rashad Penny, who's been from injuries, and then Clyde had one.
He had one good year.
He didn't help you win, but
you say Sony Michel.
Yeah, Sony Michel too. Yeah, and then the Penn State guy that hurt his neck back in 2012. It's escaping me, but Carter something. Carter was his last name, I believe.
Yes.
But anyway, like that's really it. So history's on the side of first round running backs.
So I've had this pick spoiled from you guys, and I'm not exactly sure what the Lions are doing. We'll talk about it in a little bit here, but
I have a take after I announce it. By the way,
I'm going to spoil it for myself now.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
So I think the great debate at the end of this night is going to be, what do you do with JSN and Gibbs? Now, obviously, we don't see JSN's landing spot right now, but I know Tim and myself were in lockstep going into tonight that outside of the quarterback position, JSN was our second-ranked prospect. Just because of his elite wide receiver skills and Gibbs being a more undersized running back who you kind of have to project to be. I mean, he's a great receiver, but does that role have a ceiling? It's not a 3-down role. It's not a bell cow role. And I don't project it to be like a year-over-year running back 1 role. I think he's going to be a running back 2 with running back 1 weeks sprinkled in. But now with him getting first-round draft capital and landing in Detroit, that changes a lot of things. And I really just want to see this JSN landing spot so we can talk about it more specifically, because now it has me doubting whether JSN should be the second pick.
The clear-cut second pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin Jefferson was the 5th wide receiver taken in 2020 at pick 22. So maybe the slide isn't all that bad.
No, it's not terrible.
On the podium, and with the 18th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions take Jack Campbell, linebacker from the University of Iowa. Man, him and Dan Campbell got in a room with each other, and they just had a bro moment.
Dude, they both like to bite kneecaps, probably. And they probably talked about what type of kneecaps to bite and from what direction.
It was love at first chest bump, honestly.
Yeah.
And just 2 bros just broing out, just doing bro stuff, and that's
sometimes it's all it takes.
Sometimes it's all it takes. I feel like this is the most Dan Campbell pick of all Dan Campbell picks. Do you think Brad Holmes was like, listen, Dan, you have 18. I'm not going to give you any input. You pick a player at 18. Is that what happened?
I mean, Maybe. I mean, maybe. I like Jack. Jack Campbell's an old school linebacker, and he's phenomenal at it too. I think he is a leader. I do want to say we were higher on him than most, but we were definitely not this high. I mean, he was definitely like an early second rounder for me. So I can't believe he went this early. But Iowa's defense was just a lockdown defense. They outscored their offense this year in college football. So I don't know about taking linebackers. Linebackers feel like the new running back where they're just kind of devalued. They're never really taking that early. So
Right.
This is an interesting pick for me, but I do really like the Lions building up that defense because that offense was very functional this year. I know everyone's talking about the Lions should take a quarterback if they can. I really thought Jared Goff was serviceable. Yeah, he's not going to clutch up, but if that defense can get a little bit more I don't know, robust, just
Sure.
hold people down below 30 points for the first
Sure.
time in a decade, then I think we have a playoff team here.
We have a good point brought up in chat. It's time to restore the roar, right?
To unrestore the roar.
Restore. I mean, listen, we have a Bears fan on the stream, but it's time to restore the roar in the NFC North, and Campbell on Campbell action is how it's done. Sneaky pick snuck in right now, and we actually have Tampa Bay on the clock. They got the pick in super quickly. The pick is in, and now we're just waiting on the commissioner to approach the podium to announce it. Tim, this will be your pick to announce, and so is this Will Levis? Because I mean, I've heard Will Levis to the Buccaneers being talked about.
If it's not, then does the slide go into tomorrow?
It should. It should. I'll tell you that.
Mike has his opinion for sure.
I was so strong last round. Malik Willis not making it to second. Everyone's saying he's going to go to second, and it's just I do think people get overhyped by some highlight plays. I don't really think. Yeah, I think it's fine saying here's the thing. I think it's good saying that having those NFL traits are really important, but I think that should be the start of the conversation, not the complete conversation.
Sure.
So I'm not really high on him, but
sure,
we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Bucs, that was like they were sitting on whoever this was. They sat there and they went, hey, if this guy's on the board, we're running to the podium, and it's one of those we are going to run to the podium moments. And here comes the commissioner. So with the 19th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Cansey, defensive tackle from Pitt. Very interesting. Mike, you and I were just talking about the draft of outliers, and Cansey is one of these guys that we have to talk about, being a guy who is only 6 feet, 6'1", and only 281 pounds. That's playing, defensive interior. But super fast, speedy guy, can hit the gap. You got guys that are bigger than him that he's beating and getting in between. So what do you think about this pick?
I am wondering. I don't know if you guys have any theories on this, but I am wondering the NFL value on bloodlines. We saw Randy Moss's son go UDFA, but this guy is related to Aaron Donald. Got a lot of draws of comparison there.
Wait, is he actually related to Aaron Donald?
Yeah, is he his nephew, Tim? Or I know he's like related.
I didn't know he was actually related to him. I thought it was just
I just thought they both went to Pittsburgh.
I gotta look it up, but I'm pretty positive.
I had no idea. That changes everything. I mean, because the comp was always there because people like to helmet scout, and he's an undersized defensive tackle that's super athletic, and Aaron Donald's is the first person that comes to mind when you see the blue and gold. And even on the screen right now, they're showing their comparisons. Both sub 6'2", both around the 280 pounds, and both freak athletes. But if they're like actually related, that's funny.
That changes everything.
Now you feel like I'm spreading misinformation. I gotta find out. I knew there was a player on Pitt that was related to Aaron Donald on the defensive line.
Interesting. I know that I've seen like pictures of them like talking and hanging out together, but I just made the assumption that was just like, Aaron Donald coming back to Pitt where he played, and this guy who's in the draft process that's looked really, really similar in build and style as him. But that you could absolutely be right. I did not know that myself.
No, I got it wrong. But he does play for Pitt. He does play for Pitt.
Okay.
All right.
But in a lot of ways, he's related to him in that they both went to Pitt, same playing style. It's an interesting pick here. I mean, look, the Bucs are one of the oldest rosters in the NFL. They need an influx of youth. And we talked a little earlier, Dan and I, when we were talking about the Skoronski pick with the Titans. If you're going to retool and kind of rebuild and reframe this team, building through the trenches is not a terrible idea. Finding a way to get good offensive linemen, defensive linemen is a good start, because that's going to be your base of rebuilding out a team. So I in no way hate the pick or anything. We threw up the draft results here on the big board so we can see kind of how this fell. I can't imagine anybody's close to having a perfect bracket, as we would say, for the college tournament. This has been a very, very interesting first round. And it's interesting when you look at it and you think of all of the other players that are still available now that are in this draft. I mean, I don't know. Is there anybody here now, Mike, that's still on the board right now? I mean, I know we talked JSN for a little while, but a guy that you're going like, that feels like we're getting to value picking of those players?
Joey Porter Jr., some of that had in the mid. Just CBs in general have seemed to be kind of deep, except for
Deontay
somehow. But
Deontay Banks is still on the board.
Yeah. Well, I thought he was a late first anyway too. Yeah, he was kind of hurt last year, so I think he'll probably still end up where I think he's going to go. But I think CBs in general have been undervalued. I am curious about this edge class. So these two edges are smaller, right? If we look at the history of the NFL, we went from like oversized, big, slow guys like early 2000s, even before that. It seems that size is kind of becoming less important in the NFL right now. A lot of linebackers, right, have become smaller so they can get to beat the small guys around the edge. So I wonder if we start, like, let's say 5-10 years from now, we start seeing the exact opposite, where teams are going from, instead of like passing, to like smash mouth, just running again, because all these undersized defensive players, like those, like, all right, we'll go back to being big and strong.
Yeah. Very, very interesting first round. I think we all kind of said it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, because it felt like a lot of this class was very up in the air. But I mean, I'm looking at this big board right now, and I'm just seeing names like Will McDonald and Emmanuel Forbes and Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. And I'm not saying they're bad players, or that they're not going to be contributors to their teams or Pro Bowlers or Hall of Famers. We have no idea what these guys are going to come out to be, but like that right there is 1, 2, 3, 4 names in the last however many picks we've had that I wasn't necessarily expecting to be even first round picks. If they were going to be, it was going to be late first round picks. So when you look at that, it's kind of interesting, because you go, okay, well, you got Seattle up here at 20, and then we start getting into Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, Jaguars, Giants, all these playoff teams from last year that are having all this nice talent kind of moving down the board for them to get a nice pick at the end of the first round, on top of the fact that the Dolphins forfeited their first round pick, so they're all a pick higher anyway. So
are we about to get more running backs and wide receivers in the first round?
I mean,
starting to feel
I mean, we only have 11 picks now to get 2 wide receivers in here to even tie it.
Well, you got to imagine the Chiefs might take a value at depending on who falls to them there, and the Chargers certainly need some guys too. But
all right, well, Seattle's on the clock right now. They got about a minute left.
White says, I think Campbell is going to be a Pro Bowler, but the Lions could have taken him at 34, which I think is kind of that general sentiment, you know?
Yeah. I'm just going to say it. I want to see JSN here.
I was going to say Michael Mayer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
It would be fun to see them get a weapon again here, though. I mean, you got Lockett is getting older. He's still one of the most undervalued fantasy wide receivers that is out there. I love Tyler Lockett, and he just keeps doing it. So until he doesn't, I love Tyler Lockett. But yeah, I mean, if you bring in JSN here and you're building, going, hey, it's JSN and DK Metcalf for the next however many years. They got Geno on that new 3-year deal. Surprised a lot of people with how good the Seahawks were last year. and you already added Devin Witherspoon as a big time corner for your defense in this draft. I don't know, but then like Mike said, Michael Mayer. If you bring in a guy like that, and if you bring in a guy like Mayer, do you think they go into like any sort of like 12 personnel and have Noah Fant just as more of a pass catching tight end and Mayer staying in the block, or is Mayer still going to be kind of that single 11 set where he's going to be doing both?
I would lean more that he's in the single 11 set doing both. Yeah. I wasn't a big fan. So I wouldn't think they're doing 12 personnel out there.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, and you look at that, it's like this feels like an entire tight end room that's just guys that are guys, just the guys.
You'll have one game, you got to guess which game, maybe.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So, so this is pick 20. So we're gonna see Dan making the call here. This is a really interesting spot, though. I mean, I do love the idea of getting yourself an offensive weapon. You already gave yourself Devin Witherspoon for your defense. So having those two picks because of the Russell Wilson trade, it is the nice idea to be able to put that influx of talent in both your defense and your offense. And you could be doing it at, the outside, both a corner and a wide receiver if you did go with something like JSN. So we have the next pick would have been the Dolphins, was forfeited due to the tampering business. So that does move the Chargers up here. So this is really where this gets interesting, right? I think JSN's got to go at one of the two picks, right? Like if he doesn't go here, he goes to the Chargers, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
We got like 7 kids now coming.
There's a lot of kids now.
This is going to take like an hour.
Man, we'll wait to ring the chime because this is.
It's the Ravens wide receiver core out there.
There they are.
They got Odell with the knee brace.
Those were the bags of Louis that Deion Sanders was talking about coming with a play from Buffalo.
Yeah, this is looks like a flag football, I believe, is what they're promoting here. So good on them kids. Way to play that flag football. So the thing that gets interesting though now is yes. So we were just talking, are there going to be more running backs and wide receivers taken? If JSN is the pick here and the pick after it is the Chargers, we could tie it up in 2 picks with 2 and 2. But everybody's been talking
until Spears goes.
Sure, exactly. But here we go.
So with the 20th overall selection of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks takes Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver from the Ohio State.
There it is. All right. The slide stops. We didn't really know where he was going to go. I mean, there was talk he could start going, as early as like the early teens, maybe like the 10 range, but all the way out to, the late teens and now I guess all the way down to 20. So, hey, the Seahawks have Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith-Njigba added to this team. That's not a bad draft. That's not a bad influx of talent onto a team that was very surprisingly really, really competitive last year. Mike, what do you think about this pick?
I wasn't a fan, but then when you kind of put it that way, saying that those two guys aren't a bad picks for first rounds, I'm like, yes, he's right. Like these guys are both great players here.
Yep.
I think Lockett's like what? He's getting old, right? He's 29, 30?
I think he's 31 now.
31, yeah. So I think this is a change of the guard here. This kind of makes sense to me. DK continues to play on the outside, Jason in the slot. I really thought that the head coach was losing it last year. When he traded away Russell Wilson, and then we just saw how Russell Wilson how terrible he was playing for the Broncos. And I was like, oh, maybe Pete's actually a genius and we're all stupid. I mean, maybe he knows what he's doing the whole time. So I think this is fine. This is fine. I mean, I'm not upset. I like this. I think I like this.
All right, we're going to put you on the spot, Mike. Josh says one quarterback league, JSN or Gibbs. Now that we know the landing spots.
Give me JSN. What? Give me JSN.
Yeah.
It's safe. It's a wide receiver. I mean, even if he's the number 2 on that alt roster, I don't think he is. DK had a pretty low ADOT for his his history, I think, recently. So I think JSN probably absorbs more of the short area targets. He's a fine yak threat too. So I actually think, yeah, I like this, dude. I thought Jackson Smith-Njigba was a possession receiver. Everyone should know that drafting him. They should be planning in mind to be peppering him with targets underneath. And I thought more DK and Lockett were more outside long threats. So I think this gives them the underneath option they're hoping and getting out of D.D. Westbrook. Or not D.D. Westbrook, excuse me. D. Eskridge.
Yes. One of those Eskridges.
Yeah. I got to say, I love this landing spot. I think this is – I was getting worried as the turn kind of happened into those teens that JSN was going to end up in a spot that I wasn't wild about. And I think this is an offense that always has had success at the wide receiver position. Pete Carroll's always found a way to make his wide receivers top fantasy producers for us in fantasy leagues. Lockett's getting older. This is a great talent to come in there, and he feels like a guy, especially if you have like a half point or full point PPR league, that you're getting a guy like him in Seattle. I love this landing spot, and for me, I definitely would have him over Gibbs right now if I'm drafting. If your draft is tomorrow, I go with JSN after Bijan at the 102 in 1 QB.
I like how him and Metcalf like kind of complement each other well. Like they're not doing the same things on the field, so it's gonna be like a nice, well-rounded wide receiver core. And then that's even after Tyler Lockett is eventually off the team. So I love this pick for Seattle, and all the
things that DK got mocked for at the combine, like all the things that were the terrible
that's
tests,
true. I didn't
all
think
of the
about
best things that JSN did at the combine. So
absolutely, yeah.
Very interesting.
Is Pete Carroll there? Are we gonna get like the shirts off pictures at all?
Only if Jackson Smith and Jigba takes his shirt off, I guess. So.
They flashed him in the war room a little bit. I don't know if you saw him there with the light blue button up there.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to get the swag on that Jackson Smith and Jigba has because he always just mimics whatever his wide receiver that he drafts is wearing. So,
this has been a great draft for Seattle.
Yeah,
they come away with arguably the best players at two positions.
From no draft capital for so many years to getting draft capital, like have they been nerfing themselves? Have they unleashed themselves finally?
I don't know.
I mean, you got to say, I mean, you look at a team like this, you look at if Geno Smith is going to continue to play at the level he was last year. I mean, that resurgence of Geno Smith. You have Kenny Walker, looks like he's pretty solid running back there. You're going to have DK and at least Lockett with this year and JSN now. That's a really solid offense, and if they continue to build out this defense. I mean, for a long time, that NFC West just looked like the most terrifying division to kind of come back from if you were doing a rebuild, like it seemed like Seattle was, with Arizona and the Rams, who had just won a Super Bowl, and the 49ers, who were in the Final Four the last 2 years. And now all of a sudden you go they're going to be competitive in that division. Like they're going to be a team that can play. And I honestly right now would be taking them over the Rams and the Cardinals currently right now in that division. So very interesting.
And they're both secondaries in decline. Rams and Cardinals both. They both don't have a good secondaries. 49ers, that's a good defense. But the other two matchups, you feel positive plugging in your lineups.
So now the Chargers are on the clock. Any predictions here? Which way they go? We've been saying pass catcher for a while. Any guesses?
I mean, Deontay Banks and Joey Porter are still on the board. Sure. I wouldn't hate a corner selection there.
Sure.
Any of the tight ends, I think, would be worthwhile picks into, sticking them in the Chargers offense. And then, for me, I think it would be tight end or corner at this point. Okay. Considering where the strength of this draft class remains right now.
Quick pick. With the 21st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver from TCU. Okay. Mike, I'll let you take it.
I mean, that's hot. I'm sorry, that's high. I mean, Justin Herbert throwing the QJ. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, we just watched Mike Williams not be able to land when he jumps up for these crazy, insane balls.
Right.
Keenan's on his way out. I shouldn't say like that. Keenan is a legend. Age is catching up to him. I love this pairing, and they're not going to let Justin Herbert go anywhere. So you have potential of having QJ there for 5 years with Justin Herbert. I mean, that's just does he go above Gibbs? I'm gonna ask the question myself before the chat gets this. Does he go above Gibbs?
I mean, it's very interesting because I mean that's what a landing spot for Johnston, who is I mean, we can tell you from our mock draft Mondays that Dan and I have been doing for weeks, slowly but surely has been falling down boards as we've gotten closer, and now 21st to the Chargers, first round draft capital. Justin Herbert's the quarterback. We got, the eventuality here is, if Keenan Allen retires or moves on and Mike Williams is still there, it's Mike Williams and QJ. We're just going for giant receivers. We're throwing the ball up. We're tossing it up. I'm fascinated by this pick. This is, does this change at all? Your feelings on Mike Williams, his stock?
He's got to be like the replacement for Williams, right?
You'd think like that's the profile, right?
Yeah,
I kept thinking about how Chase Claypool called his replacement last year, George Pickens. But anyway, I think this is a change of the guard for him. I'm not saying it's an immediate change, but that should absolutely be where he's heading.
Absolutely. Well, Mike, this has been fantastic having you on here. We cannot thank you enough giving us all the insight from your work that you've been doing. Tell the folks around here where they can find you, where they can follow you, and what you're up to now.
Yeah, so I'm a contributor at CampusToCanton.com. If you guys don't know what that is, it's actually a fancy format. It's where you draft a you draft a college team, you draft a NFL team, you have your college fantasy team, they play, that's half the pot's your NFL team, and then your college players just transition right over to your NFL team. So this draft right here means a lot more for us fantasy players in Campus Canton formats, because it's stressful. It's stressful. You have Butte, who is amazing, and then all of a sudden he's not.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so we'll see if he's amazing or not. We'll see tomorrow, right? But
today,
yeah, you can find me on Twitter at @FF_DirtyMike. You can find my work at CampusCanton.com. We are dropping our Devy guide Monday. We're dropping it Monday.
Wow.
Nice.
If you guys are somewhat interested, if you guys reach out to me, I'll give you last year's for free. You can check out last year's product and decide yourself if you guys want this year's product. But Dan, Tim, thank you so much for having me on. I love the work that the nerds do. Shout out to the owner. I got a shout out to Price. I got a shout out to J-Wack too. Love those guys. But thanks again for having me on.
Thanks for coming on, man. Really, really appreciating all the insight.
Yeah, Mike, thanks for coming on. This was great. We're definitely going to have you on over the summer. We'll do some summer scouting together. We'll chop it up a little bit, but you enjoy the rest of the draft and go celebrate the Patriots.
Thanks, man. I will. See you guys.
Take care.
All right. So that Mike's good. Our guests have been really good so far.
Absolutely.
They're all like good, honest football people. And I'm so glad we get fan reactions that Mike was a Patriots fan and he, can kind of live react to, what happens. And man, that was crazy.
I got to say, I just retweeted, Sedated Fork got a screenshot of our reactions to the Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'll have to check that out.
And it's I didn't realize my face did that. So anyway, real quick before our next guest come on, we do want to mention that this show is sponsored. The entire 2 nights of this show is sponsored by Underdog. So the show's sponsored by Underdog Fantasy and the biggest fantasy football tournament of all time, Best Ball Mania 4. If you're not familiar with Underdog and Best Ball Mania, pretty simple. You enter into Best Ball Mania on Underdog's mobile app, you draft your team, and that's it. That's all you have to do. You set it and you forget it, because Underdog's going to optimize your lineup every week to create the highest scoring total for you. You don't have to go in and set lineups. There's no waivers. There's no trades going on. It's just set it and forget it. And it's here. It's Best Ball Mania 4, and it's your shot at a first place prize this year of $3 million. $3 million up for grabs in Best Ball Mania 4. So get signed up on UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code NERDS, and we'll get your first deposit doubled up to $100. So if you use code NERDS, The deposit you put in will be doubled immediately by Underdog. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code NERDS. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Dan, how many Underdog Best Ball Mania 4 teams are you going to put together this year?
Oh, man. What's the cap? Like 200 lineups you're allowed?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm gonna try to max enter this year.
It's a $3 million, man. This isn't pennies we're talking here.
3.5 potentially. I think that they should start promoting it as 3.5 because, like I said earlier, if you're winning the 3, there's a good chance you also won the half during the regular season.
Because so what Dan's referring to is not only are the prizes the winner of the playoffs is $3 million to win it all. If you win the regular season, so not even the playoffs, you get $500,000. And it is a bracket. You check out Underdog Fantasy. It's at Underdog Fantasy on Twitter. The bracket of prizes that are on here. It's $3 million for first place, $1 million second place, $300,000 third place. So I mean, you could finish 10th place in the playoffs and still walk away with a cool $30,000. So yeah, absolutely. Make sure to check out Underdog and use code NERDS.
All right, so we have our next guest is in the back studio, but Baltimore ran this pick in to get it in right away. So we're going to announce it first, and then we'll bring on our next guest, Jake, who'll be joining the stream with us. And we have your handshakes going on in the war room. So real quick, what do you think this could be? So, I mean, we haven't even been able to have time to update our card on here for Lamar Jackson being back and definitely the QB with the Ravens. Feels like with the way that the Ravens they brought Roquan Smith back on a deal, they have been able to build up a pretty good defense. Their defense was really stout at the end of the year. If you're not remembering, this Ravens team made the playoffs with Tyler Huntley starting in the playoffs and almost went into Cincinnati and beat the Bengals. If there hadn't been a goal line play where Huntley tried to get the ball over before he could get in and ended up being a 99-yard return for the Bengals for a touchdown, shifted the entire game. It was very, very possible that the Ravens could have moved on to the second round and the Bengals would have been out. So I think they're going to go offense here. And here we go. And with the 22nd overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College. Let's go, Tim.
Just minutes ago, we were saying, are there going to be more running backs than wide receivers taken? And it is back to back wide receivers off the board. JSN, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, back to back. How about that, man? Wow.
I love that. But let's get an instant reaction from our next guest.
Yeah.
It's going to be Jake Oliver. He's one of our featured writers and a major contributor over at Dynasty Nerds. Let's add him to the stream. Everybody welcome in Jake. Jake, how are you doing tonight? It's a crazy night. It's a big night. Zay Flowers, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you might be muted, Jake. Can't unmute.
All right, Jake, you got us hit the unmute button real fast. But so Jake is also a Cardinals fan. There we go. What's up?
There
Jake?
we go.
All right, now that we got the awkward entrance out of the way,
for sure, man. No worries. No, what Zay Flowers, man? What do you think about this pick?
Well, it destroys his dynasty value, in my opinion.
Okay.
Just because Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are the Ravens. They're not going to just start throwing 40 times a game. They already have OBJ and Andrews and Likely and Bateman. I mean, now we add in Zay Flowers. I mean, he's a good pick for them on the field, but in Dynasty, I'm going to be staying far away from him.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been a bad week for Rashad Bateman, right?
Yeah.
you got Odell's brought in. You're like, all right, cool. Odell and Bateman, they could run together. But now you got Zay being selected in the first round, and Bateman was a first round pick himself, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So Yeah, and like Jake already alluded to, like the passing volume with Lamar is just not there. And we didn't talk about the giant elephant in the room named Mark Andrews. So it's a lot of players with not a lot of ball to go around to them, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And God forbid if Lamar misses time, Tyler Huntley is not going to support anyone but Mark Andrews.
And he barely supported Mark Andrews last year. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I mean, you got to hope Lamar's on the field, but I mean, so from a dynasty perspective, you probably get worried about Zay Flowers stock. If you are a Lamar owner, though, and you've been probably worried, is he coming back to Baltimore? Where is he going to go? Where is he landing? Today, just as a day, April 27th, has been a pretty interesting day as a Lamar Jackson owner. Not only does he get his big deal to be back in Baltimore for 5 years, a place that he has had success. He won an MVP a couple of years ago. They've now given him another weapon. So now he's going to have Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, Rashad Bateman, and Mark Andrews in that offense on top of what his legs are. I think you got to say that all of the stock that's been dipping a little bit in the Lamar Jackson area has to come back up the board now, right?
Yeah, I mean, Lamar's stock. I mean, I never really discounted his stock. So when people were trying to sell him low, I was just like, it's Lamar. Yeah, he's not going to become an elite passer all of a sudden, and he's still going to run a ton no matter where he goes. So just him getting back with the Ravens and then having more options to hopefully catch the ball will be beneficial, especially with him red zone. You know, he won't have to just force feed Mark Andrews now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the other interesting thing is, so Greg Roman is gone. You know, they have a new offensive coordinator there in Baltimore. So we don't know what the vision is for the Todd Monken offense on the Ravens. He was the offensive coordinator for the Georgia Bulldogs this past year, which was another, I want to say, low volume passing attack. And by passing attack, I mean just Brock Bowers was spoon-fed targets over and over and over again. So does that mean are those great things for Mark Andrews? You know, who knows? I don't know. It's very interesting, but Jake is right. It does make me concerned for Zay Flowers and his dynasty value, and I think he's going to be the big slipper down the boards in rookie drafts that are be starting as early as Monday potentially. So a quick reset: we have the Minnesota Vikings who are up on the clock, and we actually have another guest right now. We're doing it's the Dynasty Nerds Happy Hour, we'll call it, because we got all in the building. We got Coach Dave is going to be joining the stream, and there he is. Coach Dave, how you doing today?
Not too bad. It's draft night. It's like Christmas over here right now, so it's a good time.
I see you're still in the office at the stadium. Like you haven't.
I sure am. Yes. Yeah. I am here left. Still doing. Yeah. I got work to do. It's, rookie season's here now. We got these rookies picked up. Got to start doing some more work on them.
Step out of the war room for a little bit to talk to us. Thanks for that.
Of course.
So Steve, let's grab your reaction from the Zay Flowers pick that we just saw happen with the Baltimore Ravens. How is that changing your rankings for him amongst the wide receiver class in 2023?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I had him originally at wide receiver 5 already. I think he's still a back end first round pick. It's definitely not as upside as we would have liked, probably, if he went to maybe even a Giants team, but a Vikings or a Chargers team or what have you. Because I mean, Lamar Jackson is great. But we all know that there's already so many pass attempts to go around for this Ravens team. They have obviously Bateman and Odell, and obviously Mark Andrews is our main target leader. It will be interesting to see how many targets he does receive, but it definitely feels like his ceiling is capped.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Jake, you've just jumped on here. Curious because you weren't on earlier in the night. I see your Cardinals hat. I see your Cardinals jersey. They moved back from 3 to 12 originally, and then back up from 12 to 6. Gained themselves an extra first rounder next year, correct? And Paris Johnson Jr. As a Cardinals fan,
Love it.
What's your take here?
Love it. About time we invested in the trenches. Beyond, signing J.J. Watt.
Sure, absolutely.
It's just we need to protect Kyler Murray if we want to stick with him. We can't be laying turnstiles anymore. And I love that Monty basically fleeced 2 trades in the draft to go down 3 spots and gain the Texans 2024 first round pick, like their own, which will probably be, again, top 5, top 10. I love that.
Yeah.
And to give up basically, the number 3 and the 34th, and we still have the 33 overall. It's Monty's cooking.
Sure, absolutely.
James Conner is going to be amazing.
That's a really good point. That's one point we actually have not brought up yet when we were talking about this. It was all Kyler Murray talk. James Conner is still fantasy relevant running back. If they don't make a move for a running back, in the second round or anything here, then that's got to increase his stock a little bit. So the pick is in here now from the Vikings, guys. What are we thinking here? We've had 3 wide receivers in a row going. The Vikings were a team for a while that was possibility at wide receiver, but there's also some other areas of need. Anybody have a take on where we think this pick might be?
My first thought is Will Levis.
Mm-hmm.
Is this where the slide stops? We talked previously about Kirk Cousins is his final year of his contract, and like I said, he's not exactly the quarterback that's going to get you over the hump to the next level. So I would think maybe Will Levis, but at this point, I think maybe the league might be out on Levis as a prospect. So I'm interested to hear what you guys think it's going to be.
I hope it's Will Levis.
if it's Will Levis, it's definitely like you said, Justin Jefferson's, contract's coming up soon. They got to find a way to make that money cheaper at the quarterback position, so it makes sense. But here's the commissioner. So with the 23rd pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
No.
That is 4 wide receivers in a row.
They are on a run.
Big
wide
reaction.
receiver run.
What do we think about this, Steve?
Jordan Addison, he's a fantastic player. I like his route running and yards after the catch ability that he's going to present for this team. But, this team, I guess the Vikings are trying to win now. I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to win this season here with Kirk Cousins, giving him as many weapons as possible. It definitely hurts my upside love for KJ Osborne for this season here slightly. But, I feel like they should have took the quarterback when they had the opportunity to. They're actively saying that Kirk Cousins isn't going to be there next year. I don't know why you just don't take the quarterback now.
Yeah, this kind of confirms what I'm thinking, that, the league might be out on Levis, unfortunately, because this was the one spot that kind of made sense. And then if we look at the remaining picks here, we have, Jacksonville, no, Trevor Lawrence, Giants just paid Daniel Jones, Cowboys, Dak, Buffalo, Josh Allen. New Orleans just signed Derek Carr too. So, but there's still trades. Can somebody be trading back into the first round to secure that 5th-year option on a quarterback? Because then, Hendon Hooker is still sitting out there as well. But it's looking more and more. Giants just traded. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jake, about the Jordan Addison to Minnesota?
Amazing news for this year, because we saw that Thielen can still be a fantasy, player, and Addison's probably better than Thielen is right now. So I think that I'm not concerned at all about his fantasy stock right now. Kirk can support him. The Vikings are seeming to not want to run as much. So I think that they're going to be passing heavy, and they're going to have to with how bad their defense is. So I don't mind it, and it'll be a nasty Jeff and Addison duo for the next 4 years or more. But yeah, Levis stocks make me very sad.
So sorry.
All right, so we actually have a.
I didn't catch all your reactions there, but I just want to say really quickly that Jordan Addison now is a really interesting guy here of the 4 guys that were taken as far as landing spot goes, just because I mean, I don't hate this landing spot at all. I think for Addison, this is a spot that Justin Jefferson's going to be getting. You guys might have even said this, getting the meat of the attention from defenses. This is a nice little spot for him to go to be able to be a guy that's getting a lot of catches underneath and getting that's kind of exactly what his role seems like it would be at his size too. So
real quick before we keep talking is we actually have a trade. Jacksonville was up to be on the clock at 24. The Giants were at 25. The Giants move up. They jump Jacksonville. They go from 24 to 25. Trade terms are Jaguars receive 25, 160, and 240. And the Giants receive 24. So now my question to you is, who are the Giants moving up for right now?
Jalen Hyatt?
Yeah, I mean, is it 5 receivers in a row here? I mean, it seemed like this is a nightmare for the Giants, by the way.
Yes.
This was pick 19 picks into this draft. Not a single wide receiver had gone off the board. And all they needed was for the 5 picks after that to not have 4 receivers go. And 4 receivers went in the next 4. So
I have a spicy one for you. I think Giants go cornerback. There's one cornerback that I think is elite right now still.
Some Joey Porter?
Deontay Banks.
Deontay Banks. Okay.
I think that I like him more than Joey Porter just because I like his toughness and he's proven more to me. But they lost James Bradbury. They got tore up in the playoffs with bad cornerback play. And I think that they learned their lesson with the wide receiver run. I think they got to go, cornerback and actually shore up an offense or a defense that if they want to make it anywhere, they're going to have to protect against some big time wide receivers.
I mean,
yeah, I think the wide receiver class is kind of picked dry at this point. I'll be honest, I will be surprised if another one makes it into the first round. But Jake brought up a good point. The corner class is still very strong. Deontay Banks or Joey Porter Jr. would probably be my top player on my board.
End?
I was still tight end too.
Just got Waller.
Oh, good point. They did just bring in Darren Waller. That is a good point.
Yeah.
And the Jaguars were probably going to take a cornerback.
Yeah, but that's interesting because the Jaguars are the ones that, chose to drop back 1 pick. I mean, unless they're comfortable with either Banks or Porter and just going like, we'll get ourselves some extra stock and take one of the two. But this is the second trade in this draft already that's been a one pick move up trade. The Eagles moving above the Bears from 10 to 9, and now the Giants moving up from 25 to 24. Very interesting as far as like draft tactic, I guess, that you're just trying to make that move before another team does it to you, I suppose. But yeah.
And
I was going to say
the Jaguars are going to have salary cap issues in coming years because of how much they spent. That probably they need more depth picks to fill out their roster. More lottery picks that are cheaper.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had the Giants taking John Michael Schmitz, the center out of Minnesota, in my last mock draft, but I don't think that's a player that requires a trade up. I don't think anybody else is clamoring for his services, just because first round centers are hard to come by, just because the position is not as valuable as, say, tackles or even elite level guards. So I would have pegged the Giants to take John Michael Schmitz, but the fact that they traded leads me to believe that they're trying to get in on, because I don't know, even with the corner class, like, I would personally be happy with either Deontay Banks or Joey Porter Jr. I don't see an urgency of grabbing one over the other, vice versa, to expend extra draft capital to grab one. So, and then we were talking about tight ends. Giants have been rumored to be linked to the tight end class. But the same thing, none of them have gone yet. So unless they have their tight end one is like a tier 1 player by itself, I don't see the urgency to trade up to grab that one. Now, obviously, I don't have a look at the big boards for any of these front offices, and my tiers and their tiers can be vastly different. But it is interesting that there was a trade involved with only one pick.
Oh, interesting.
And I just realized the Jaguars They only have Evan Ingram for 1 year. They might be moving back to take a tight end.
You
That's
guys,
why they were willing to move back.
the Jaguars traded back again.
Oh, wow.
So,
With who?
well, let's go ahead and get this pick in real quick. So let's get that chime on.
Just the commissioner this time. No gaggle.
By you, I believe.
This one should be fast. All right. So with the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, New York Giants select Deonte Banks, corner out of the University of Maryland. So, Jake, you were spot on with your prediction that they were going after the corner position and Banks in particular. So, so remind the people, why is this a good pick for the Giants? How does it play into their defense? And why is Banks the choice here?
It's a great pick for them because they needed a tough cornerback that could defend against the big physical wide receivers like A.J. Brown. Brown cooked them, absolutely demolished them in the playoffs last year. And the big times where they lost were when their cornerbacks consistently got beat. And they lost James Bradbury last year. And with now the salary cap, big, $40 million extension for Jones, they can't afford to go out in free agency and pay a big name cornerback. So you take the best guy available. And I thought that was Banks. He just reminds me of a Wig Martindale player.
Sure, absolutely. As I alluded to right before that pick came in, the Jags once again traded back. The Bills are now on the clock, moving up 2 picks from 27 to 25. They give up pick 130 to move from 27 to 25. So the Jaguars have moved from 24 to 25 and then 25 to 27, picking up a few different mid-deep round picks along the way. Not a bad idea for the Jaguars at all.
No, especially if you're out on this first round,
right.
Trade back as many times, collect as many, dart throws for the later rounds. It's honestly a very smart approach.
Right. But
Jacksonville,
are the Bills seeing exactly what we were just talking about there, with there being 2 elite corners left on this board, or elitish corners left on this board, and then seeing the Giants move up, going, yeah, they're probably going after one of them. We need to get up there and get the other. Is this Joey Porter Jr. that's coming in here?
This would be a good place.
Yeah, I think it could easily be Joey Porter Jr. in this case, because that is, I would say, the end of what I would consider the first round corners for me. Keely Ringo is a player that's been flirting with the first round. Tyreek Stevenson out of Miami, but yeah, I think Joey Porter Jr. is the last corner I would have graded as a first rounder in this class. So I think that could be the move. I mean, I don't know. What are the holes do the Bills have? They have a very complete roster. Like we said, the wide receiver class is kind of picked dry at this point, so I don't think it's a wide receiver.
Right.
Tajay Spears, anyone?
I mean, they lost Tremaine Edmonds in free agency, but I don't think you're going linebacker this early. I mean, well, I suppose the Lions did already, but I could see this being secondary though. They have some not holes, but some places they could improve upon the secondary, and a guy like Joey Porter Jr. going in there makes that defense pretty scary. I mean, at least from a secondary point of view, because the Bills currently, I mean, we all know, the DeMar Hamlin situation, that they're talking about him trying to come back and play ball again. So whatever that ends up being, though, you still have your safeties with Jordan Poyer coming back and Micah Hyde healthy, hopefully Micah Hyde, and then Tre'Davious White's been one of the best corners in the league for a bit. And if you add a Joey Porter to that, that's a really scary secondary. And that the Bills know, as their championship window is slowly starting to close a little bit, that the teams you're going to have to beat in the AFC to get to that Super Bowl include teams that have Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson. And, with all those great quarterbacks over there, you need to be able to have secondary in order to stop them. We have Sean in the chat saying tight end, though.
Yes, that's what I wanted to bring up.
Go for it, Jake.
They jumped ahead of the Cowboys, and the Cowboys have been no secret they're taking tight end. I bet you the Bills, they want another weapon for Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen. I bet you they go tight end and take either Kincaid or Mayer.
As my favorite AFC team, the Bills, and my favorite guy in this, my draft crush, Dalton Kincaid, this would be a I would love this spot.
He would be, if Kincaid went there with Allen, that would just be gnarly.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a really good point. I didn't even notice on the board that Dallas is right behind him there. So yeah, Kincaid is a very, very good point, and a talent that could be really scary. I mean, man, I've been saying for a while here that the Bills needed to get up and get a wide receiver because they needed to get some of that pressure off of Steph Diggs. If they can't get a wide receiver because 4 of them went right before him, then that would be another way to go about it. That's a good point.
Yeah. So pick is in. Steve, what's your prediction?
I feel like they go somewhere on defense. I don't see them really taking a shot at any offensive positions at the moment. I know they could use probably a second cornerback at this point. I know they have White, but I know they could definitely use some help in that position right now.
Sure, absolutely. Dan, what do you think?
My pick would be Joey Porter Jr. Personally, I don't know if Buffalo feels the same way, but the trade up combined with there only being 1 first-round talent on my board at corner, it makes sense. I would be going with Joey Porter Jr. here.
Jake, what's the call? Dalton Kincaid?
Kincaid. I'm sticking with my gut.
Okay.
Going tight end.
We're just waiting for the commissioner to walk out. He apparently has a long journey because the pick always is in for a while before he actually hits the stage. Or he takes his sweet time.
He's got the jar of M&Ms in backstage.
And that whiskey to drink down.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go with the 25th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft. The Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah.
Bye-bye, Austin Knox.
There you go, Tim.
Man,
there you go.
I'm not going to own him in any league now. That's as a guy that doesn't have a ton of high draft picks in this draft. Bummer, but awesome for being a Bills fan. Man, that's guys, from a fantasy perspective, that's a very interesting landing spot for a guy that I think a lot of people have as their number 1 tight end on their board, with his route running, his route tree, his catchability. I mean, this is a really interesting spot to be going to. What does everybody think?
I mean, just overall, obviously, it's nice to be attached to a high-power offense. And Kincaid will be probably a big part of this offense. But how much he actually plays, that's the question mark. I don't know how this team is going to put out all these weapons. I don't know if Dawson Knox becomes a trade candidate now. It's definitely – I would have been preferred to be put into a situation where we knew he would be the full-time guy. I think, again, like I mentioned with Zay Flowers, I feel like his upside is capped now. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I can understand that. Jake, Justin wants to know if you're doing anything tomorrow. He wants to meet you in Vegas to wager some of these picks.
I work tomorrow. Sorry, Justin.
I guess you have to call him in for him.
I was going to say we'll get Jake together with John from earlier tonight. Both of them were like Nostradamus out there making these predictions.
And Steve, go for it.
I want to say about Dawson Knox. He has an out in his contract in 2 years. They could, and he's a very good blocker. So they could be definitely thinking Kincaid can be the offensive guy versus blocking, and then
do they try to do some 12 personnel or something? Yeah.
Well, I guess the back came back clear on the medicals. So now that was the one final question that we had regarding Kincaid during this whole process, and obviously, if the Bills have the confidence to not only select him in the first round but trade up to get him, that just shows that the medicals are completely clear and he should be good to go for next year, which is awesome.
So that's 5 out of our last 6 picks are pass catchers. We have Jackson Smith and Jigba 20, Quentin Johnston 21, Zay Flowers 22, Jordan Addison 23, and Dalton Kincaid at 25. From a a fantasy point of view, this first round's actually been one of the more interesting ones in a couple of years. We got a lot of guys with that first round capital, which is something we're always valuing big time as fantasy and dynasty owners. Anybody in particular that that you think is moving ahead a lot further on your rankings than you had previously?
Yeah, Quentin Johnson.
Sure.
Easily. He was already my personal. I wanted to be him wide receiver too, but I couldn't. And with JSN and landing with the Seahawks, I honestly prefer QJ over JSN. Even though Jason's a better player, QJ is going to get a better quarterback, a better offense, and bet more targets and long-term targets versus the Seahawks, who have stable cap guys with DK and Lockett long-term. And the Chargers have basically let it be known that Williams and Keenan are gone after the year. So I actually think QJ's flown up from my overall rookie number 8 to probably 3, 4.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm not
That's a big time lift.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I can't get QJ up that high, but I also didn't love him as a prospect. I think him getting first round draft capital will stop any slide in my rankings that he might have saw if he fell to the second round. But I'm not elevating him off of this landing spot. In my rankings, I had him not projected, but I thought he was going to go in the first round just because of all the hype and talk about it in the scouting community. So I'm not moving him off of my position. I guess the only wide receiver that I could see here in the first round that would wind up going ahead of him would be like if a Josh Downs got selected here in the last couple of picks. Sure. Or, I mean, it's not going to happen, but like a Marvin Mims or Jonathan Mingo, but those guys aren't going to be going in the first round anyway. So first round draft capital does help QJ a lot because if he fell to the second round, he would be sliding down my rankings. So he locked in that spot as not my favorite wide receiver, but I'll still draft him at value in rookie drafts. But the value might be gone, you know.
Yeah.
Just a lot of people out there that just draft based off the NFL draft.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is I think what's wild about that landing spot and that capital is he went from being a guy that I probably wasn't going to take because he wasn't going to get to me in the early second, where I would have felt comfortable, to now he's going to be taken earlier than I'd be fine taking because of the prospect profile. So the entire thing has just shifted and turned, but it still ends with me probably not having a lot of Quentin Johnston on my teams. So it looks like the Cowboys pick is in. So we have Jerry Jones shaking a lot of hands. But Justin brings up a really good question here while we wait for that pick to come in. Who jumps in for Levis now? Do the Raiders, do the Rams? When is this slide going to end, guys, for Will Levis?
I've heard from my people that Chiefs don't want to make their pick, that they did want to move up, but that they do want to move down. So I think Levis goes at 31 to whoever moves up.
Okay. Steve said now, which sorry,
no.
that's in response to
that's a typo. Like, wow,
it was a typo. I was like the Cowboys. Wow.
No, not the Cowboys. No. I'm looking to see. I kept to see who's on the clock. So I keep forgetting.
Yeah,
let's see what we got left.
It's you got the Jaguars, the Bengals, the Saints, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. So if it's going to happen in the first round, I mean, the Saints is the only one that is possible. But I think it's got to be somebody coming back into the first to trade in, right?
And Mickey Loomis never trades back. He's just a trade up machine.
I would assume a combination either of
to the Bengals.
Seattle, Detroit, or the Raiders or the Titans. One of the four of them will trade back into that first round to get him, I think.
I was going to say it's going to be the same teams that we were talking about, this morning, basically. Just now 20 some odd picks later in price.
Right. No, I
just realized it's a big winner tonight. Baker Mayfield.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That was
really good point.
That was kind of like a lot of people said that was like the stop of the slide.
Yeah.
For Levis if it happened, and he flew right past Tampa Bay, and he's still falling right now. So,
yeah.
But we had the pick is in. All right, so pick is in from Dallas. We're just waiting for the commissioner to walk up to the podium. And here we are. No kids this time. Should be short and sweet, nice and easy. Quick Jerry Jones selection here.
Oh, I think you fell behind on your stream.
With the 26th overall pick, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle from Michigan.
Sweet. Dan, get that mock draft of Tim up on there. I got one right, baby. Mozzie Smith just was like, to me, was like, that is a Dallas guy. And so, yeah, sweet. Yeah, Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan, speedy guy, a guy that does things on the field that you can't see all the time from his position. But it's just kind of the same thing with he didn't run a 40 in this. He's 6'3", he's 323, he's a big guy. Very interesting profile, and a guy that just seems to fit that like Jerry Jones mold of like, this guy's gonna come in, he's gonna be a powerhouse, and if everything plays out right, then we're gonna be awesome. I like the pick, honestly. It's when you think about that Dallas defense now, him joining there, it makes him kind of interesting. Dan, what do you think about this pick?
I was really convinced they were going tight end. I thought Jerry was going to love. Yeah, Jerry was going to fall in love with the Michael Mayer, Jason Witten comp, and just grab him. Especially after being like rumored running back for so long, but that dream died about 14 picks ago. But it's a good roster building pick. He's a good interior defensive player, and you can never have enough good players along the defensive line. So it's just a good pick. Which for Jerry Jones, it's kind of, I'd say, boring almost, which is not very on brand for the Cowboys. It's not a big jersey seller. Quote unquote. Although I guess if you buy a Smith jersey for any team, it kind of has insulated value of, maybe he use it for multiple players down the road. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so I mean, now you look at Dallas, you're still having to, you're still having to chase the Eagles in that division, right? I mean, that's definitely the kings of the East as we currently stand. But you bring in Smith now, you're going to have him alongside, Micah Parsons on that defense. Leighton Vander Esch is still on that defense, I believe. They traded for Stephon Gilmore. Diggs is there. Malik Hooker is there. So it's a very stout defense in Dallas. So if they can figure out, how to put up some points, I know they moved on from Kellen Moore. I'm just not a Mike McCarthy believer, really. So I just think like any team that Mike McCarthy coaches is doomed. But I know he won a Super Bowl. I don't care. But I just feel like, yeah, I mean,
Rodgers did.
I guess he did. Yeah. So
combo.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like just if this pans out and he becomes a really stout defensive tackle for them, though, this feels like a move where you're going to go in and you're going to try to find ways that you're going to be able to beat the Eagles, win your division, get yourself a leg up. I mean, the Eagles love to do that quarterback sneak, quarterback dive kind of play, right? You bring in a 323-pound defensive tackle. Yeah, the butt push play.
The butt push.
Get a 323-pound defensive tackle in there to stop them from doing that, maybe. So now the Jaguars are up on the clock now, right? Finally, after 2 trade backs. Any ideas here, guys, of what we think Jacksonville's even looking at here? There's a lot of different ways I feel like this could go.
There's truly only 2 spots Jacksonville needs. They need a cornerback and they need a right tackle. They lost Jawan James to the Chiefs. They know that they have to protect Lawrence, that he is their future. And if so I think it's either Joey Porter Jr. or Anton
Harrison.
Harrison.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those two. And it depends. Do they want to go defense and try to stop Mahomes, or do they want to do the right thing and protect your quarterback and also open up rushing lanes for Travis Etienne, who they spent a first-round pick on?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the Jaguars will be making a pick this time around, as the War Room is congratulating each other, and we have the pick is in graphic up. So they will be taking someone here. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. At this point in the draft, you are probably taking a tackle that is in that next tier, and you're like the first team to do so. But there's nothing wrong with being that team and finding your guy to be like, we got to protect Trevor Lawrence. We got to make sure we are set, ready to go, and keeping him off the ground, because he is our future now. The 2022 season he had, you know that this is your guy now. So
they also just lost Cam Robinson for the first part of the season.
Oh yeah,
for,
that's true.
PED suspension.
Right.
So
right.
it's like a. I mean, obviously that's only a couple of games. It's not like he's off the team, but just something to think about, taking into consideration, which leads me to believe that they would lean offensive tackle. In this case. And then I still have 2 first round grades on offensive tackles left, between Anton Harrison and then Dwan Jones out of Ohio State also. So
yeah,
the tackle class is not picked dry. Like we already said, Joey Porter Jr. is still out there as probably my final first round corner. But we're down to only 4 picks after this. So
here we go.
Getting close.
The 27th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle out of Oklahoma. There we go. Like you were saying, Jake. Hey, Vegas tomorrow. Let's get.
Actually, I mean, I wish I could.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy where you need to find a way to protect Trevor Lawrence. You need to keep him off the ground. You need to protect your asset that is your franchise quarterback. And the Jaguars were a playoff team last year. The Jaguars won a playoff game last year. This is a move that feels like, hey, we're gonna complete everything that's within the trenches here. We're gonna make sure that we win at the line of scrimmage, and we're protecting our quarterback. We can find ways to get Travis Etienne into open space and give Trevor Lawrence some time to throw the ball. I like this pick a lot.
Yeah. It's a team first win now pick that tells your quarterback that, hey, you're the guy. We're not gonna ignore you, kind of like what the Cardinals have been doing with Kyler Murray, where he wanted Creed Humphrey. They didn't take him. They wanted another big name offensive tackle from last year's draft.
Tristan Wirfs, I think he wanted to.
Yeah,
right?
Yes, Tristan Wirfs. He wanted him. They ignored it. So, at some point, you guys say, hey, you're our guy, and we're going to protect you.
Right.
Before
Absolutely.
he tears his ACL.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. The last thing you can have, especially a franchise that has drastically turned things around. I mean, we're talking about a team. I mean, they were originally supposed to draft at 24, right? And they moved back twice. Mm-hmm. They had the first round pick the last 2 drafts before this. Like, this is a team that went from first to 24th. So this is a franchise that's building up very, very much from the ground. And I mean, I know there was an Urban Meyer year in there that influenced some of that, but Doug Peterson comes in last year. He brings them to the playoffs. He gets things going on, getting the ship going in the right direction. And it just feels like this is a really good pick to keep Trevor Lawrence in health and do what they need to do moving forward.
So I think the elephant in the room right now is, where's Levis?
Great question.
Chilling on the couch with his girlfriend.
Yeah. I mean, and it is interesting because the next 2 picks, historically, and the pick is in. So historically, I was going to say the Bengals do not trade, and the Saints typically do not trade. So like Mickey Loomis is usually not trading. The Bengals are never trading. I was listening to a podcast earlier, and somebody was like, I was going, how many picks do the Bengals have this year? And then I just realized there were 7 rounds, so I knew they had 7 picks. So, that's the thing. And then after that, you do have the 2 Super Bowl teams in the Eagles and the Chiefs, and you're getting in that zone now where we've talked about it for forever. You get the 5th-year option on your first-round rookies. So if there was a team that does think there is something in Levis, then we're getting in this zone at 30 and 31 where a team could come up and get that 5th year. But guys, before this draft started, we were talking possibly top 4 for Levis. We were talking Hendon Hooker might be at the end of the first round. Is either of these guys going to go in the first, or are we talking that we're just going to have those 3 quarterbacks that were taken 1, 2, and 4? I don't know. Bengals selection. Here we go. Let's get the chime. Okay.
All right. No commissioner yet. Steve, what's your thought? You think Levis is still potential in the first round, or are you out now?
I think you're.
Steve's got a little audio problems in the office over there at the stadium. But Steve, hold that thought, because we're about to announce this pick with the 28th overall selection in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals take Myles Murphy, edge defender from the University of Clemson.
There you go.
I am good now, I think.
You're good now, yes.
This is I thought they were going to go edge rusher just because of they had so much trouble getting after the quarterback towards the end of the season. But I really wanted them to go Michael Mayer. Really wanted them to
would have been fun.
Yeah,
would have been fun for sure. Absolutely. I mean, Murphy comes in, 6'4" guy. He's 268. He's a guy that is kind of one of those values that is. He's a guy that I've seen anywhere from the teens into the 20s into the second round. But the Bengals, again, we are in this spot where the Bengals are a team that knows to win the AFC, I'm going to have to stop one of those offenses at some point. We're talking the Bills, we're talking the Chiefs, we're talking the Ravens, Dolphins, all of them. So with that being the case, you need to find guys on your defense and just bolster the defense as best you can. And so I think this is a good pick here. I know that the fun of Michael Mayer would have been like, oh man, another weapon for Joe Burrow. But it's like, at some point you are going to have to really find a way to stop other teams from scoring. And, they were a play or two away from going back to the Super Bowl again last year. They had an unfortunate, unnecessary roughness penalty that let a field goal attempt be 15 yards closer right at the end of that AFC Championship game. But this is a team that's been right on the verge of winning it all the last couple of years. So I like the pick. I think it's a really solid selection for this team.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. It's just a smart pick. Talented edge defender falls to you at the back end of the first round. You don't think twice. You just take the player, you move on. It's not flashy. It's not some crazy move. It's going to change a lot of things, but it's smart.
Taylor.
Yeah, it's smart. It's smart managing of a team. And that's what Cincinnati needs at this point, because they have the quarterback, they have the wide receiver. They're going to get their running back tomorrow, probably. And, just got to play smart football, basically.
Yeah.
You want a spicy prediction for tomorrow?
Hit it.
That they release or trade Joe Mixon before they make their running back selection.
Interesting.
And then Tajay Spears.
Oh.
Dan and Tajay Spears.
I already told Tim, if he goes to the Bengals, I'm jumping out of this chair. I'm running around my house.
Oh my God.
That's his dream spot for sure.
Yeah. Been talking about that landing spot since the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, the other day the mock came out and Dan's been saying Tajay Spears at 60, and I was like, hey man, Tajay Spears didn't go at 60. He went at 92 to the Bengals. He was like, that's still great. So
I'll take it. I'll take it, whatever.
As long as it ends up being the Bengals.
All right. So we only have 3 picks left. So let me ask you guys, because Jay kind of got us on this topic, hot takes for tomorrow. What are some fantasy relevant players that are still on the board And what are landing spots you want to see?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, so we got as far as like running backs go, we had Gibbs get all the way up to 12 in this draft, which seemed crazy. So now it feels like there is going to be the actual leveling out of running backs from where we originally had. Zach Charbonnet is, I think, the next guy that we could probably think would be going. But I could see a Devon Achane going before. Like if Devon Achane has a team that wants to just play him for exactly what his skill set is and use him as like the weapon that he is, I could see him going as the next running back off the board. And I'm just really interested in a spot that like has a high powered offense style. I mean, I've been saying for a while, if he ended up in Miami, like my board is just going to be everywhere, especially after what this first round was. Like if A-Chain ended up in a place like Miami, and then I'm going like, okay, Zay Flowers went to Baltimore and A-Chain went to Miami. Well, what do I do with this? Like that's the kind of stuff that could really shift things around. So that's where A-Chain goes is a spot that is super circled on my list, because I think that could be really, really fun to see depending on where that is.
All right, before we get too deep into it, the Saints have put in their selection. So what are we thinking here? I still am banging the drum for Joey Porter Jr. At this point, it's good value to take a really good corner. What do you guys think? Could be tight end?
I think defensive line.
Okay.
They got wiped out on their defensive line.
Nolan Smith?
The Falcons
good.
taking everyone.
Yeah.
And I think that I have one first grade round defensive lineman left, Brian Brisset, or they go Porter Jr. to finally give Marshawn Lattimore some help.
I had a guy I talked to that said Brisset is a guy that the Saints have been valuing in this process. Mm-hmm. So that wouldn't stun me at all if that was the pick here either. It would be a couple of Clemson guys going right by each other, but back to back. But
go Clemson.
Yeah, exactly. But that's definitely another pick where it's like you're just getting a guy that's really, really good value, especially at this point in the draft. And like you said, Jake, I mean, they got pulverized with their line, and so there is a point here where you got to start rebuilding that, and you got to build it back up. So that's a very good possibility here. So here he comes, that commissioner. I'll hit that chime. With the 29th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, Brian Brisset, defensive tackle, Clemson. Guys, Jake Oliver, get him in Vegas, because this guy is just hitting home runs. Unless you're sitting over there and you got like the feed of everybody telling you, you are just nailing a man. So
I just studied.
Studying it up. There you go.
I've probably done 40 mocks now.
Well then, man, you should be betting on your mocks or something.
It's illegal for me to bet right now for my job. So
damn.
Yeah,
you should be under the table telling me your bets. So, but Brian Brisset, 6'5", he's 298. He's 21 and a half years old, so not an old guy or anything either. Just a really, really solid defensive lineman. He kind of plays in that defensive end, defensive tackle. He can play either spots. There is some versatility on the line with that, which I think the Saints would probably benefit considering everything that they've had leaving them. But I'll go to you, Jake. What do you think? I mean, is this the right direction for the Saints?
Yeah, I mean, they got their core back. If a wide receiver would have been here, I would have liked that for them. But there isn't one. And Brisset, he's a great run defender, and he gives you a relentless attack. I watched plenty of Clemson's games where he was consistently in the backfield. And the Panthers have a good offensive line, the Falcons have a good offensive line, and the Bucs offensive line isn't nearly as bad as what it was at the end of last year. So if they want to win their division, they're going to have to get after that quarterback. And right now they don't have anyone but Cameron that can, do that.
Yeah.
And plus then you have to defend the run. And Falcons added Bijan, Miles Sanders, and the Panthers, and then whatever the Bucs do.
Right.
Rashad White.
Yeah. I'm holding out hope for White, but his rookie year was not. Not what I wanted to see.
He avoided the Bijan train today.
Yeah.
Well, so now, guys, the Eagles and the Chiefs are here for these next two picks, and this is the point where we start to look at guys that are on the board that I feel like every year. I mean, the Chiefs, it feels like every year now because they're always picking near this spot. This is where you can find one of these value guys kind of late in the round. I mean, is this an area where we could see Joey Porter Jr. go, Nolan Smith go? One of these guys go that's just like, hey, these guys are too good to still be on the board, and we're just going to keep beefing up the rest of our defense.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, so they grabbed Jalen Carter at the top of the draft,
right.
Interior defensive player. I wouldn't put it out of the possibility of going edge, but I'm still kind of banging the drum for Joey Porter Jr. here.
Yeah, a Darius Slay replacement.
Yeah, we both mocked Christian Gonzalez at 10 to the Eagles.
Right.
So I would have never imagined a world where Joey Porter was here at 30. So that is the way I would go with this, is Joey Porter Jr. Do you guys have any other ideas about directions?
I mean, I think for Philly fans that probably want to fight the Battle of Pennsylvania with Pittsburgh, bringing in the son of Joey Porter is probably fun for them. And Eagles fans are known for their tempered minds and everything. So yeah,
I personally, doing my draft scouting, Nolan Smith I love him, and he is almost an identical twin in everything to Hassan Reddick.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually mocked Nolan Smith 10 overall to the Eagles. So the fact that he's still here, I mean, I have to go Nolan Smith and give them 2 Hassan Reddicks plus Jalen Carter, and they love their Georgia boys. N'Kobe Dean, Jared Davis, Jalen Carter. I mean, there's a theme going right there.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's, again, here, it's like the Eagles are a team that if they can grab a Nolan Smith, a guy of that talent, or even Joey Porter Jr. here, if they're going to be a team that was that good of a defense last year, a team that went to the Super Bowl, and now you added Jalen Carter, who's arguably the number 1 prospect in the draft, and either Joey Porter Jr., who's one of the top corners in this draft, or Nolan Smith, a crazy athletic edge kind of linebacker combo guy. This just feels like we're cheating at this point. I mean, Howie Roseman is just like, he's putting on the last few years just this unbelievable display of how to do it. And we can't forget that this does come from the fact that like they found their quarterback without having to spend top value for a quarterback. So that is one of those things that's like, if you can find a guy that ends up coming into the 2nd or 3rd or 4th round, a la when Russell Wilson was drafted by the Seahawks, and they were able to go and win a Super Bowl and go to a second one that they should have won. That value, if you can find a guy like that, is pretty amazing. So it kind of comes back to the question of like, does Will Levis or Hendon Hooker, can that be one of those guys for somebody in day 2 tomorrow?
I think Will Levis can be, yeah. I mean, he has a talent, and I think that before I joined on, ESPN was saying something about injury concerns from his turf toe the year before. So if that is true and he needs, some kind of surgery, or, they think that this is going to linger into this year for whatever reason, I could easily see him fall to the early 2nd, where he's not big a risk. Because, we saw with Jalen Hurts recently, or Brock Purdy last year, your starting quarterback can come anywhere from the draft. It doesn't have to be a top 5 pick.
Right. Yeah, Dak was a 4th rounder as well.
Yeah. Russell Wilson, 3rd rounder.
I was saying the best example was I was going to say Kirk Cousins, because he was drafted the same year as RG3.
Yeah,
they took 2 quarterbacks that year.
They did. My brain. I was like, what?
But is Will Levis a 1st-round pick in rookie drafts, or is he on from that now?
That's going to be the question.
That's a big question now.
If it's super flex and he's there at the 1.11, 1.2, and you need a quarterback, I would rather take him than the wide receiver 5 or the running back 5 or 4. I would rather take the quarterback, lottery pick.
Yo, guys, does Speaking of two quarterbacks in the same draft, do just the Colts take Will Levis at 35? They were rumored to love Levis anyway. They just go, all right, we're bringing in both of them, Anthony Richardson and Will Levis, and we'll see.
One of them's got to work out.
One of them
right?
has to work out.
Hopefully.
Well,
We've gone through all these old quarterbacks. Let's just bring in two young guys. One of them has to work out.
Well, Richardson is a Florida quarterback, so he's destined to convert to tight end eventually, right? That's the way that works.
Exactly.
And then go to the Jets and then play minor league baseball.
Right, exactly. Oh, man. So, yeah, we are down to just the final two picks here in the first round. Day one. Guys, this has been a lot of fun. The amount of surprises that we saw. I mean, there were picks. I mean, there's a tweet out there of Dan and my reaction to Jahmyr Gibbs being picked at 12. Just some stunning picks. That was a pick that I couldn't.
All right, so we have the commissioner on the podium. He's got a couple of the people with him though, so this might take a second. I don't know who these people are.
Somebody's got a guy's coin.
One guy's got a giant coin.
He's got a real Bitcoin.
Oh, that's what a Bitcoin looks like.
Yeah,
I never knew.
They're just giving them out now.
I get emails about them all the time. I've never seen one.
What is going on here? Why are we?
Oh, it's Dude Perfect. Great.
Who?
Just announce the pick.
Who is this?
It said Dude Perfect, which is a YouTube group. It says okay, so I guess it's Mrs. Kelsey. And this is a coin that has Travis Kelce and Jason Kelsey's face on it. And they're flipping it. And Travis wins again. So this is the NFL experience, everybody. This is what we all came out for.
Does that mean Travis gets selected here by the Eagles?
Yeah, so now the Eagles get Travis Kelce, tight end, Cincinnati. The Chiefs are really mad at Dude Perfect.
There it is.
Right, well, here we go.
Yeah.
30th overall pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, edge defender from the University of Georgia.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs, maybe now.
Farm system, isn't it?
That defensive line is going to just kill every team.
Man, oh man.
Do I have to start projecting Brock Bowers there next year?
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is a defense that was already this awesome last year. That's adding in. I mean, so you have Hargrave leaves in free agency. He goes to the Niners, which felt like a great defense is just getting even greater now with the Niners bringing in Hargrave. And what do? They just go out and they go into the draft and they get Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith to replace. This is beautiful. I mean, I'm not an Eagles fan at all. I have no cheering interest in this at all. But this is when you're just watching a draft, you go, this is a beautiful draft. This is great. So the Eagles are going to be scary for a while if these guys pan out to what their potential is.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. I'm not mentioning the Pro Bowl team. I'm mentioning just the Eagles. By stating all those names, it's ridiculous.
Same.
And it just shows the power of trading back when it makes sense. Because like we were saying earlier, that original early selection was due to the Chris Olave trade last year. And it's just a snowball effect. You trade back once, and then that pick was from when they traded back. I believe that was the during the Trey Lance draft. They traded back during that draft also. So it just, it's constantly going, and you just keep acquiring more assets, and you eventually you have a roster like this where you have just such a plethora of talent.
Yeah,
and now it's gotten to the point where they're like, all right, who's going to ask for money because you're gone? Because I got 4 dudes back there that don't need any money.
Right. Right. Exactly. It's just, you have your own minor leagues. That's your guys on playing special teams.
The one thing that will be interesting is how important was Jonathan Gannon to that defense?
Sure, absolutely.
It's big, yeah.
If Gannon leaving to go to Arizona, which turned into extra picks, I guess, in this scenario too. If Gannon leaving, has an impact, that it definitely. I mean, it's you never know when a coordinator leaves what you're going to end up seeing. I mean, Ryan Wilhelm in the chat brought up they don't have starting safeties. Their safeties definitely are a question mark right now, but that's also a position that has some guys in this draft that you can find. I mean, they're going to find a way to get Brian Branch, aren't they? Like that's what's going to happen as well. Like that's
they have plenty of picks to trade up with. So
right, exactly. But yeah, so Kansas City is on the clock for the final pick of the first round here. Pick 31. They have less than 3 minutes to go. So Kansas City, celebrating their recent Super Bowl victory. Guys, any ideas?
Most
here?
recent.
Yeah, exactly. Any guys? Any idea here who we think a team like the Chiefs that could go literally any direction? It seems where they go with this pick.
I had DeJuan Jones going to them in my last mock draft, who would plug in right away as their starting right tackle, and it kind of lines up because he's the next tackle on my board. So if Kansas City sticks here and picks, my prediction is DeJuan Jones will be the choice. Although I also won't put tight end out of the question with them. Mayer's still on the board. Darnell Washington's still on the board. So there's a number of ways that we can wind up going with this pick. But if I'm putting down a bet, quote unquote, it's DeJuan Jones for me.
Okay. I'm cheering for a trade back so that all the Chiefs fans that stood out there all night don't get to see a pick. They've had enough fun the last few years seeing Super Bowl championships, so I'm going to be spiteful and say, yeah. Dennis is in the chat here. He's asking biggest reach and best value in round one. As far as biggest reach, I don't think we have to really go too far to figure that out. Well, at least for me and Dan, I think by our reactions, I would say Jahmyr Gibbs was the biggest reach. Anybody else with a bigger reach?
Nah, I think that would make sense to the biggest reach in terms of for fantasy players. I don't think anyone expected Gibbs to go anywhere near the top 30 picks or so, and the fact that he went 12 is pretty insane.
Okay, pick is in.
Oh, all right, let's go.
No, go for it. While we wait for the commissioner to come up, Dan.
I still didn't love the Quentin Johnson pick for the Chargers. I not a big Quentin Johnson fan. I think he does a lot of things similarly to what Mike Williams does, and I think they could have gone a different direction with that pick, personally.
Sure.
Man.
Okay, so pick is in. Last pick of the first round. Let's see here. We got a lot of ways this could go.
What's everyone's predictions? Shout them out. Last prediction,
Felix,
last pick.
a new decay.
Jalen Hyatt.
Uzama. Edge rusher.
Darnell Washington.
Jalen Hyatt.
That would be quite the. That'd be quite a pick.
Oh, they could totally get Michael Mayer too, right? Oh, man.
Yeah.
That'd be wild.
If they go tight end, that'd be crazy.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so final pick of the first round. We just really want to thank everybody that jumped on, especially anybody that stayed here for the almost 4.5 hours that we've been streaming now. Just really appreciate everybody coming out and joining us and being on the stream for night one. Dan and I will be back for night two, which is, just a few hours away now, it feels like. So we'll be on for another 5 hours of talking tomorrow. We've got a whole bunch of other guests coming out tomorrow that we're excited about. So please come back, stick around. We know there's going to be a lot of guys from the fantasy perspective that are going to be drafted tomorrow night. So we had a lot more, honestly, tonight than I thought we were going to see. But now we're gonna have tomorrow night being a good number of fantasy relevant players, and a lot of the guys that we've been saying for a while were like where they go, where their landing spot is going to really determine what I feel about that player and how high they go, where their draft capital is. So really, really appreciate everybody that jumped on.
Yeah, I'm going to say one last thing before we announce this pick and get out of here. 76 people watching. I only see 54 thumbs up. Let's get that number to 74. Come on, let's get those thumbs up.
Let's get the thumbs up on there.
Let's bump it a bit. Thumbs up for the last pick.
All right. That commissioner's still walking to the stage. He's got a long.
He's got to milk this. It's his final pick of the draft.
Bite me.
So how many fantasy relevant players do we have picked today? 1, 2, 3, 4,
10, 12?
Three QBs, 2 running backs.
Yeah, I got 10.
1 tight end.
Okay, whoops.
1 tight end and 4 wide receivers. Right?
So 10.
Yes, we have almost a full first round done.
Right.
As far as Superflex goes. So is your top 4 staying the same? Still Bijan and then the quarterbacks? That hasn't changed for anybody, right?
My top 4 has always been Bijan, Young, Stroud, and Gibbs. I don't think I'm changing that.
Okay, here we go. Not the commissioner. I believe it's Clark Hunt out here to announce the final pick of the first round. I think. Does he have a card?
I don't know. I think he's just like, hey, look at this trophy.
He's like, hey, we won the Super Bowl again.
We're gonna make you guys wait for this pick.
Oh, fireworks. How about following up being the guy that gets to walk out on stage after a bunch of fireworks and go off and coming up and having 3 Lombardi trophies standing there? That's got to be a little. Okay, so with the 31st pick overall in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Anudike Azuma from Kansas State, edge rusher from Kansas State. Guys, reactions?
Love it.
Good
They
pick.
need an edge rusher.
Love it. Any?
Yeah, it's a good pick at good value.
Any feeling on? I mean, they probably wanted Nolan Smith to fall one more pick, right?
Sorry?
That
They probably wanted Nolan Smith to fall one more pick. I would assume.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
yeah, definitely.
They
Yeah,
got
I mean,
sniped by the Eagles.
yeah, I mean, another high upside kind of guy. Really solid with his time in the Big 12 with Kansas State. Yeah, they've shown the stats around 8.5 sacks last year with 11 total tackles. He's just a really, really solid edge. And another guy that's just, Kansas City kind of finding value in these late first rounds. They have such a solid team and they do a really, really good job of continuing to bring in pieces that are going to be good for depth, that are going to be good for keeping that team intact and competitive moving forward.
And I'm pretty sure they lost Frank, their edge rusher, in the offseason.
Mhm.
And I mean, that's been their big weak spot. It was edge rusher. They have George Karlaftis for long term, but they only really have Chris Jones, who attacks from the interior. So they needed to get a guy that can get after the quarterback and also work with Karlaftis and Jones.
Karlaftis, another pick that was a value pick that fell to them last year. So yeah. Absolutely. All righty.
All right, and the Steelers are now on the clock. For
go.
Not as
night.
long as the Panthers were, but
all right, so that is the end of the first round. My brain is still processing what actually happened tonight because it was a flurry of activity to begin with. So let's leave on this. Let's just verbally, real quick, do a super flex mock draft based on what we saw today. All right.
Sounds good.
We'll go me. We'll go Tim. We'll go Jake. We'll go Steve. I think we only got to go through it like twice, and we should get most of the players. So I am taking Bijan Robinson of the Atlanta Falcons. with the first overall pick in a super flex rookie mock.
Mhm.
Tim,
Yep.
you're on the clock. Your first super flex rookie draft of the year.
102. I'm still taking the guy that was my quarterback one. It didn't change for me. I'm happy to see he was still valued highly by the NFL, and everything we heard in the last week was a lie. CJ Stroud, quarterback of the Houston Texans. It's fun to say they're pro team now.
I know.
Guys.
Yeah, I forget about the
really fun.
colleges. That's
So
dope.
CJ Stroud, Houston Texans.
All right,
Well,
Jake,
then
the 103. What way are you going?
I get the greatest value in the draft at Bryce Young. Give me the guy with the weapons and the coaching staff at Carolina Panthers.
And Steve, 104.
Ooh, I'm probably going to take Anthony Richardson of the Indianapolis Colts.
Yep, perfect. So 105. So okay, so this is telling me already like this is the tricky spot, the 105. I am going JSN of the Seattle Seahawks. That's not changing for me. It is very close, but I'm going JSN of the Seattle Seahawks at 105. Tim, 106. What are you doing?
Yeah, 106. Probably previously I would have been taking Will Levis here, but that's gone out the window, I think, for me now. I mean, when the capital is this low, I got to go another direction. I'm going to still go Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm going to take Jahmyr Gibbs. I know it's a crowded backfield there, but I still just love his talent. And if a team was willing to take him 12 overall, then I'm good with that.
All right, Jake, you're up with the 10.
I gotta stick with my words. I'm going QJ, Quinn Johnston.
Okay.
Take him long-term value with the Chargers and Herbert. I mean, you have a top 3 quarterback throwing to you. I want that guy.
All right, and then Steve, the 108.
Yeah, probably Jordan Addison of the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, he should be one of those wide receivers that has a good rookie season, being the second guy to, Justin Jefferson.
All right, and then 109. I would take Dalton Kincaid here. I'm sorry, Tim. I know you were looking forward to taking him, but I think there's a tier break in the wide receivers right there, and I think Dalton Kincaid slides in right there. I mean, obviously we'll get second rounders tomorrow that might change that, but based on the 10 we have, that leaves you with Zay Flowers.
I got Zay Flowers. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Have fun.
All right. So Jake and Steve, thank you for spending the time with us. Before you get out of here, drop what you're working on, socials, whatever you want to drop. Let the people know before you leave.
Working on more projections and draft grades and all kinds of fun stuff regarding the analysis of these players. And my Twitter handle is Darth Dbex, and you can catch me at Dynasty Nerds or in their Discord.
Yeah, you guys can catch me over on Twitter at Coach Stephen P. Obviously, right for Dynasty Nerds. I'm doing my own little mock draft after I take my dog out here real quick. But yeah, you can find me over on Twitter at Coach Stephen P.
Awesome. All right, guys. Thank you for coming out, and we'll definitely have you guys on soon. We'll catch you later. And then, Tim, you and I will finish out this draft. Let's pull up. We got our final. So this is the final first round played out.
Absolutely.
Pretty crazy, huh?
Definitely some surprises, man. I mean, like that run from like 12 to 18 is like where I'm like, man, you got Jahmyr Gibbs. I think Lucas Van Ness, it doesn't even look as crazy as I thought originally. I was like, that's a little higher than I thought. Lucas Van Ness, you got 15 with Will McDonald, Emmanuel Forbes going at 16, and Jack Campbell going at 18. Just that middle of the draft. This is exactly where we were kind of like, we didn't really know where things were going to happen. I mean, like there was a possibility of any number of guys coming up into those slots, and we didn't know how the NFL actually valued them. And we saw it. And then the run that we didn't have a single wide receiver for 19 picks, and then just 4 straight wide receivers. Pretty wild ride there for sure.
Yeah. I mean, God, seeing 2 Texans logos back to back at 2 and 3.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I mean, two Texans logos back to back. Stroud, who was maybe going to fall all the way to 11, being at 2. Levis, who both of us took as the number 2 overall pick, not going in the first round. So much to talk about, so much to decipher. My brain's pretty fried, so I'm gonna have to look at this a little more tomorrow, I think, to really get a full feel for the damn.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this was a lot of fun. I know Tim and I have been working on this for a while, and the past 4.5 hours kind of felt like a flurry of activity. It went by in about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But the good news is we will be back tomorrow night. We'll be covering rounds 2 and rounds 3. Same format as tonight. We have a full panel of guests. Keep an eye out on the Dynasty Nerds Twitter. Tomorrow morning, we'll be releasing our panel of guests, and you can start following them ahead of time on Twitter and on socials and everything. Also, stay tuned for the start time of the draft, because the draft starts about an hour earlier tomorrow than it did today, because guess what? We have more than twice as many picks to get through. So once again, you can find me at DanT_NFL. I just want to thank everyone who came out tonight, left a thumbs up, left some kind words. It was a good time. It was a lot of fun having all you guys on.
Right. I think we're starting tomorrow 6:30 Eastern. Is that?
Yeah. The plan is for 6:30 Eastern, but definitely keep an eye on the Dynasty Nerds Twitter account, because that will have the exact time. And also make sure you hit the bell on YouTube, because you automatically get notified when we go live, like on your phone, on your mobile device, wherever you have the YouTube app, you'll get a notification when we're ready to go. So that's probably the best way to be notified. But yeah, thank you for all the kind words, Josh, Dennis, everybody who hung out for the broadcast. Tim, what do you got for the people before we sign off for the evening?
Not a whole lot. Gonna go chug some water. Get ready for day 2 and 3. I just really want to thank everybody. I mean, I can't. It's so fun to be able to talk to you guys in the chat, analyze this stuff, and have a night that I love so much be a really fun community event. So just thanks for everybody. We really, really hope to see you tomorrow night. And get ready to get your Best Ball Mania 4 going on Saturday with underdogs. So keep that in mind in the back of your head.
I tell you what, we're not streaming on Saturday. I think my plan is just sit on the couch and draft like at least 10 lineups.
Yeah,
for
watch rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, and just draft some lineups for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a couple of chicken wings and a beer too. It sounds like a good time.
Go.
All right. Well, everyone, you guys have a good night, and we will see you back here on the Dynasty Nerds YouTube channel tomorrow, rounds 2 and 3. You guys take it easy.